I am calling to order the Panama City Commission meeting for September 23rd at 5:01 p.m. Opening prayers by Pastor Matt Thomas of Elevation Life Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Brian Granger. Please stand.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, I love you. God, I thank you that you're a good God. And God, we come before you asking for wisdom. And God, we know that your word says that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So God, recognizing you is where wisdom finds its origin. And God, we need wisdom in heavy decisions. And God, that even though I know that sometimes there is not uniformity, God, I pray that there will be unity, that we will make decisions that better others, that we will not make selfish decisions, but we will make selfless decisions. God, be God in this room and with all these wonderful leaders and great leaders that you've placed in positions of authority. And God, I pray for our great city, God, that the decisions that are made here will impact people for the better. And I love you and thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. If you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Awesome. Please call the roll.
Mayor Branch.
Present.
Commissioner Street.
Here.
Commissioner Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Lucas.
Present.
Commissioner Granger.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Awesome, thank you. You've received the meeting minutes from September 9th.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Any additions, deletions, or modifications to today's agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, staff have three. Hopefully y'all could just consider these changes in one motion. So the first one is under 11A, under the city attorney, the discussion of a budget impact estimate form. Staff would recommend and request that that get moved to the second meeting in October, which would be October 28th. And then add under section 11, item 11B, this is actually at the request of a couple of our elected officials, an update on the sale of the properties at Beck and Chestnut and 13th Street in St. Andrews. So that would be added to the section of the city attorney. That's again an update on the properties that are for sale at both Beck and Chestnut at 13th Street in St. Andrews. And then finally, under city manager, a new item, item 12F, would be the report, discussion, and consideration of the CMP agreement for downtown Panama City Marina. Those are the three items, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
Okay. Do I have a
Make a motion to accept change the agenda.
do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, public hearings.
Yes, item 5A is consideration and approval of Resolution 2025-0923.1 to adopt the final millage rate for the City of Panama City and Downtown Improvement District for fiscal year
Oh my God.
for fiscal year 2026. As background information, the City Commission approved the tentative millage rate for the city and the Downtown Improvement Board or district at the first public hearing held on September 9th of 2025. Both rates are the same as previously provided to the county property appraiser. The final millage rates are 4.7999 mills for the city's general fund operating purposes and 3.0000 mills for the Downtown Improvement Board district. Together, they constitute a current aggregate millage rate of 4.8626 mills, an increase of 2.80% over the current aggregate rollback rate of 4.7300 mills. This serves as the final public hearing under the TRIM Act for the adoption of the City of Panama City's millage rate and DIB's millage rate for fiscal year 2026. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, staff recommends approval of this item.
Yes, this is a public hearing. If you wish to discuss item 5A, the DIB budget, please come forward. Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We have, the commission has adopted a resolution that approves the millage rate for both the city and the DIB. So it's Resolution 2025-0923.1, a resolution providing for the adoption of a final millage rate for the city of Panama City, Florida, and the Panama City Downtown Improvement District for the year beginning January 1, 25 and ending December 31, 2025 for operating purposes, providing for allowance of homestead exemption.
Item 5B is consideration and approval of Resolution 2025-0923.2 to adopt the final fiscal year 2026 budget for the City of Panama City and the Downtown Improvement District. As background information, the City Commission approved the tentative budgets for the city and the Downtown Improvement Board at the first public hearing on September 9th of 2025. The final budgets under consideration contain expenditures which total $136,524,276, excluding interfund transfers for the city, and $242,640 for the Downtown Improvement Board. This serves as the final public hearing under the TRIM Act for the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 budgets for the City of Panama City and the Downtown Improvement Board District. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, staff recommends approval of this request.
This is a public hearing. If you wish to discuss item 5B, the Panama City budget, please come forward. Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The commission has adopted Resolution 2025-0923.2, a resolution providing for the adoption of fiscal year 25-26 budget for the City of Panama City, Florida, and the Panama City Downtown Improvement District for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, just want to take a quick moment and just again express my appreciation to the staff for all their hard work on this, especially Ms. Waldron, Mr. Jones, and Ms. Perman. Samantha is our budget manager, and she really carried a lot of the load this time, as always, and so we deeply appreciate that. I think I would just say one thing, and that's let's get to work on fiscal year 2027 now. So, all right. Item number 5C is the second and final of two public hearings on Ordinance 3283 and Ordinance amending Section 110-4 accessory structures of the ULDC, prohibiting docks in the Lake Huntington Channel. Relevant background information is enclosed in your packet. Staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance as submitted. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, this is a public hearing. If you wish to speak about item 5C, please come forward. Yes, sir. Good evening.
My name is Joe Pospisil. I live on 3208 West 16th Street, Lake Huntington. I use the Lake Huntington Channel regularly for pleasure boating. As you're aware, or some of you may be aware, there are several of us who live on the lake and who use Lake Huntington Channel on a regular basis that are interested in this text amendment. This is because we've been trying to get a dock removed that was constructed in the Lake Huntington Channel against our wishes. We made our position about the dock in question clear as it adversely affects navigation through the channel. I note that some of the text amendment includes the definition of adversely affect, and it states a negative or harmful impact or change to land and resources in regards to navigation and means causing difficulties or challenges in navigation effectively. Since the first pilings were installed on this dock, 4 U.S. Coast Guard licensed captains, including myself, have stated that the dock will negatively impact navigation. So as you consider approving this text amendment, I would like to inform you that we're currently scheduled for an administrative hearing with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection with respect to the dock. The hearing is scheduled for December of this year, where we hope the DEP will withdraw its permit. So just wanted to inform the committee of that. We'd also like to state that we're glad that the channel to Lake Huntington has been officially defined in this text amendment. However, we'd like to make sure that everyone understands that there's a huge difference between the 100-foot width and the 1,000-foot length in your text and the actual channel. The actual channel at low tide is approximately 30 to 40 foot wide and much less in length. And the dock in question has been constructed well inside the channel. So we would be delighted if you would consider dredging the channel to the full 100-foot width and 1,000-foot length. And that would actually alleviate the entire issue. We note that even if you pass this change to the channel and the dock restrictions, that anyone can get commission approval to build a dock anywhere in spite of these requirements. And we've never had any issue with any docks that don't negatively impact the navigation. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Sure. Anyone else? Item 5C. Closing public comments. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The commission has adopted ordinance 3283, an ordinance of the City Commission of Panama City, Florida, amending section 110-4G of the Unified Land Development Code regulating docks and boat structures, prohibiting dock construction in the Lake Huntington Channel, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, codification, and providing an effective date.
All right, the Panama City's Community Redevelopment Agency will host a community meeting on Tuesday, September 30th at 5:30 p.m. in the City Hall's Rotunda to discuss its annual work plan for fiscal years 2025 to 2026. The Panama City Fire Department will host its annual open house at Fire Station 2, located at 2001 Beck Avenue, on Friday, October 3rd from 5 to 9 p.m. There will be free food, kids' activities, a live fire demonstration, and kid-friendly agility course, and much more. Join the Panama City Police Department for National Night Out at Gulf Coast State College on Tuesday, October 7th from 5 to 8 p.m. This free, family-friendly event is all about community and connecting with local law enforcement and first responders. The city will plant a large southern live oak in Oaks by the Bay Park as a living monument to resilience and hope for future generations to come. A public dedication ceremony will take place on October 10th, the 7-year anniversary of Hurricane Michael, to officially name the tree and commemorate this important milestone. All are welcome to attend. The ceremony will kick off at 2 p.m. Again, Oaks by the Bay Park in St. Andrews. The CRA and local churches are hosting a community restoration event at the historic Millville Cemetery on Saturday, October 25th at 8 o'clock in the morning. Volunteers are invited to help repaint the perimeter fence and to clear overgrowth as part of Phase 1 of the project. All supplies, snacks, and refreshments will be provided. The CRA and the Incremental Development Alliance are bringing a full-day, in-person, small-scale development workshop to the Glenwood Community Center on November 14th. In this workshop, citizens will get the big-picture view of small-scale real estate development, learn how to pick a good development project, and discover where help is needed and who to seek assistance from. Unlike the free public lecture earlier this month, registration for the workshop comes with a cost. Scholarships to attend are available, and applications will be accepted until the end of the day on Friday, September 26th. More information can be found on the city's website, panamacity.gov. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, will now get an update from the Charter Review Advisory Board Chairman, Mr. Brandon Berg.
Chairman Byrd.
Yep. He'll have 5 minutes to provide an update, sir.
Not a second one.
The timer was this.
That's per the mayor. So,
But I get my full 5 minutes.
that's right. Yes, sir. Take care of all bit of them,
I have
sir.
thoughts on all kinds of things. Huh?
5 minutes. He said he throw his mom up there.
But if I only use 2, then I get 3 minutes to just say whatever I want. I have some material. Okay, anyways. No, on behalf of the Charter Review Advisory Board, we appreciate the opportunity to serve the community. We've had 2 meetings so far. Admittedly, the first meeting was largely kind of what we've gotten ourselves into. The second meeting was kind of coming up with a plan of attack for how to digest this charter, review it, because as it's written, we kind of compartmentalize it in things that tend to work together and the things that are a little bit more in a silo, so we could analyze it in a better way. The first real substantive discussion that we're going to have is on October 2nd. That's going to be at 8:30. Staff's been kind enough to line up a presentation by the League of Cities that's going to come talk to us about different kind of governance structures and the balance between a commission, mayor, city manager, and kind of how all those work, and just different examples of how other municipalities do it. Not necessarily good or bad, but there's a variety of ways to structure that. And, for a lot of us, that's not something that we research or read in our free time, so we appreciate the staff lining that up so we can get educated on that. Also, counsel for the city also provided us some information about that as well, so we appreciate that. We are actively seeking public participation for this. Staff has also lined it up so that the advisory board meetings can be via Zoom. So that will be on the notice of meeting. So anybody in the public that wants to attend can attend it either in person or on Zoom. So we're hoping to encourage more participation that way as well. There's also several of the advisory board members that are trying to line up town hall features where we can solicit input from the public on that as well. So we're looking for as much input, and I've had the opportunity to talk with some of you guys. We're going to talk later on for other things as well. And so just appreciate the opportunity to serve y'all. The schedule that we have is lined up through March or April. That's in the meeting minutes that that we're going to approve at the next meeting. And everything's lining up towards having it on y'all's desks for approval this summertime, and then having it on the general election ballot for citizenship approval in the general election in November. So I have 3 more minutes, so what else? Good. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right, item 6B is consideration and approval of the 2025-2026 fiscal year operating and capital budgets for the Panama City Port Authority. Mr. Alex King, the Executive Director of Port Panama City, is here to give a presentation and answer any questions from the commission prior to y'all approving this budget. Mr. King?
All right, thank you.
You've got 10 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes, we can do it. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Commission, and staff. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be before you all this evening to provide an update for the port. I think it's timely, first of all, most important is we work to have our budget approved, and we've worked through the budget process as well. And then two, we're coming off of a very solid year on our fiscal year for cargo activity. And so I'll begin, if I go the right way, with our mission, and that's where we structure everything with our port. And it's to expand regional economic opportunities by providing modern port facilities, promoting trade, and supporting industrial development. And we have been very busy with all 3 of those this year, and it's only going to get busier. As you can see, our port supports our community and region with $1.6 billion in annual economic impact from the cargo activity, and we support over 11,000 jobs with cargo and the on-port industries that we have. One thing that's unique as we look at the port is that our West Terminal that's the traditional terminal. That was the Wainwright Shipyard in World War II, and today handles over 1.8 million tons of general cargo, container cargo, and bulk cargo. We also support 2 large manufacturers that call Panama City home. That's Berg Steel Pipe and Oceaneering, and really phenomenal industries that are here that support several hundred jobs in our community. We also are planning additional improvements there that you'll hear more about as we provide. We're going to extend the berth where there's an old barge slip to have better utilization of the berths at the port, and we're working to transform one of the old bulk container molasses areas into more container handling area. So really are primed for growth for the port. At the East Terminal, as you know, that's our long-term growth strategy for the port. That has been, as you know, a decade-long project leading up to when we purchased that from WestRock. Our previous director, Wayne Stubbs, he just worked day and night on that project for many years, and we're handling over 200,000 tons of cargo through that now. I can tell you real quickly that opened in February of 2020 because as with everybody with Hurricane Michael, we got to build something new twice, it seemed like. And but that was also when COVID hit. And so it really turned the big container lines that ply the world's oceans upside down. And so we started handling a lot of cargo through that terminal that would normally move through other ports. And we've been able to hang on to some of that, and also with the closure of the mill, we're having new cargo opportunities move through there and really setting the table for future growth for the port. Also, our intermodal distribution center, where we are supporting the growth of shovel-ready sites to support port-dependent industry. As you know, we have distribution capabilities there for port services and supporting local industry, and we also have FedEx and Amazon. So not only as a port-dependent industry and logistics hub, but also an emerging 3PL park for the city of Panama City. And I do want to take this opportunity to thank the city as we work through some improvements there to support the growth of Panama City and North Panama City in the park long term. Kind of where are we in the year in review? From providing modern port facilities, as we're in our permitting stage and really getting close to breaking ground for the expansion of the East Terminal. That's going to be another landmark project. That's one that's generational, where we're adding a second 200,000 square foot warehouse, and also we're going to be extending the berth and the turning basin. We've completed our new strategic master plan that we're really excited to have to guide the port over the next 5 and 10 year planning period. And we're also commemorating 20 years of our short sea container trade between Panama City and the Yucatan region of Mexico. So really excited to reach that milestone. It's been a strong year for cargo activity. The port's looking at exceeding 2.1 million tons of cargo moving through the port's terminals. And that's really been highlighted by copper imports and craft liner board exports. The tariffs, with the uncertainty surrounding trade, really pushed a lot of cargo into this port this year in advance of what might be tariffs that turned out to not happen. So we're really thankful for that, but it's really generated a lot of activity. And also for supporting industrial development, Berg Pipe is investing in a significant expansion at the Panama City Mill. If you drive over the flyover and the bridge, you'll see that they've erected large pile driving equipment, and they're working on that. So really excited about the future for the port and for the industries in this community. Full steam ahead this year. Kind of a couple of images of what we do at the port day in and day out. The top picture was the first containers of pineapples that we handled this past fiscal year coming in. So that's something that we're really keen on pursuing as more cold chain cargoes for the port. If you continue clockwise, we were hosting a new copper importer. We're going to be handling more companies moving copper through the port in the years ahead. And then on the bottom right-hand side is the first loads of lumber loaded on rail coming from Germany being imported into the U.S. So, we really are not only a local and a community port, but a really global reach into the U.S. and other countries as we promote more trade. Also in the middle, this is kind of neat, is we handled our first cargo from Egypt. Import cargoes this year of steel wire, and then we were all excited to see snow in January here in Northwest Florida. Tonnage growth for the port, you look really a landmark year in 2025, highlighted by, of course, copper activity imports, wood pellet exports. Another thing that we did with the copper is we handled our first shipment from Australia. And so we're really connecting. I think our only continent left that we do not do trade with is Antarctica. I'm not sure what we would bring in from there, but just kind of wanted to let you know our reach. We'd look for maybe just an ever so slight normalization of activity next year, a slight reduction due to so much of some of the commodities importing ahead of possible tariffs, but still a really strong year with 2 million tons of cargo activity in the year ahead. So really our team has done a fantastic job this year, and we look forward to the year ahead. And with that, I'm going to yield the floor to John Miller, our Director of Accounting and HR, to provide the budget summary and close out for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Starting with our operating budget, we budgeted $19.8 million in revenues for the coming year. In total, we project $3.8 million in operating income for fiscal year 2026. And as far as the capital budget goes, we're budgeting $16.3 million, of which $11.9 million will come from a combination of state and federal grants. Looking ahead, we will break ground on a $28 million warehouse at our East Terminal, and we will increase our cargo capacity at our West Terminal. And as we do every year, we will continue to promote trade, support industrial development to our community and region. The port is having a record year, but obviously the past, present, and future success of the port relies on its strong partnerships, including the City of Panama City. Thank you. Any questions for Alex or myself?
Does our logo stay front and center on all of your presentations?
Absolutely.
Where are you going to build another 200,000 square foot warehouse over there?
We're building that actually, where you're standing looking at this image to the rear of the ship to the left,
Okay.
there's going to be another warehouse and a berth extension. And, so we'll be able to berth, that ship there, she is 700 feet long and she's 106 feet wide. And when we're completely done with the project in 2028, you'll be able to simultaneously berth 2 ships of that size at the port. So that's really going to double our capacity long-term there. So really excited about the future. As I said, that's been a legacy project and something that the port, the community, and the region can be very proud of as we invest here. So.
Alex, I just want to say thank you to you guys and the work and effort that you guys do, as well as your board. As an amazing port operation, and having traveled with you, it's truly amazing the impact that's happening right here in Panama City.
Commissioner Street, thank you so much. That means a lot, and we really enjoy what we do. I can say that, and you're right. We have great leadership in all levels, from the city and our board down, and we've got to have fun while we do this because we do a lot every day. And but really appreciate the impact the port makes to the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Motion to approve?
That was great.
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas? Yes. Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Moving into quasi-judicial hearings. During quasi-judicial proceedings, the commission will hear evidence and render a decision regarding the matter presented based on the evidence received. The parties before the commission and the public are entitled to present evidence, such as documents and witnesses, etc., and cross-examine any witnesses. All parties and witnesses will be under oath and the entire proceedings recorded. The commission is not bound by the strict rules of evidence and may consider any evidence which it deems relevant and trustworthy. Any member of the commission may ask questions of the parties or of the witnesses. Since quasi-judicial proceedings are legal in nature, everyone is expected to adhere to proper courtroom decorum and etiquette. Any comments or objections should be directed to the mayor. The burden of proof in a quasi-judicial proceeding rests with the applicant. Therefore, the applicant has the opportunity to address the commission last after all public participation and before the commission deliberates.
Couple of instructions prior to accepting evidence on these matters. The items 7A through 7F, I will swear in the staff who will remain under oath during the entire proceedings. Also, I will ask at the beginning if any of you anticipate talking on any of the items 7A through 7F, if you would also stand and that you could be sworn. If you need to come up and you didn't stand initially, we'll recognize you and then we could swear you at that time. But if you plan on testifying or talking, if you could stand at this time. Okay? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. At the time before we vote, I will ask you now that if there are any commissioners, if there are any ex parte communications which you have had, and ex parte simply means that you received information outside of this city commission meeting that you intend to utilize and base your decision on when you vote. The only need to do is disclose that you had such an ex parte communication, and if some individual wanted to inquire further, that they could. At the close of the evidence and during the deliberation by the commission, the members of the public would be prohibited from commenting further. Thank you.
All right, item 7A is the second and final of 2 public hearings on ordinance 3268.1, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the city to reflect the land use designation of residential for a property located at 2414 Michigan Avenue with parcel ID 26999-005-000. Relevant background information is enclosed in your agenda packet. Staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, if you'd like to speak about item 7A, please come forward. Item 7A. Seeing none, closing public comments. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion?
I did have a conversation with the applicant, and, maybe not.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The commission has adopted ordinance 3268.1, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan future land use map of the city to reflect a land use designation of residential for a parcel of land located at 2414 Michigan Avenue, Panama City, Florida, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date.
Item 7B is the second and final of two public hearings on ordinance 3268.2, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city to reflect a zoning designation of residential 2 or R-2 for a property located at 2414 Michigan Avenue. This is the same information as the prior agenda item, and relevant background information is enclosed in your agenda packet. Staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, if you'd like to speak about item 7B, please come forward. Seeing none, closing public comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has adopted ordinance number 3268.2, an ordinance zoning a parcel of land located at 2414 Michigan Avenue, Panama City, Florida, having approximately .470 acres, R2, providing for severability and an effective date.
Item 7C is the second and final of two public hearings on ordinance 3279.1, an ordinance on the voluntary annexation of approximately .436 acres of property located at 2800 Jameson Drive with parcel ID 13027-118-0. Relevant background information is enclosed in your agenda packet, and staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, if you have any comments related to item 7C, please come forward. Seeing none, closing public comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has adopted ordinance 3279.1, an ordinance of the city approving the voluntary annexation of .436 acres of unincorporated property located at 2800 Jameson Drive into the city as further defined, amending the wards and boundaries of the city to include said land and providing for an effective date.
Item 7D is the second and final of two public hearings on ordinance 3279.2, an ordinance amending the future land use of the map of the city to reflect a land use designation of residential for a property located at 2800 Jameson Drive with parcel ID 13027-118-000. Relevant background information is enclosed in your packet, and this is the same address as the prior agenda item. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, if you'd like to speak about item 7D, please come forward. Item 7D. Seeing none, closing public comments, entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has adopted ordinance 3279.2, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan future land use map of the city to reflect a land use designation of residential for a parcel of property located at 2800 Jameson Drive, Panama City, providing for repealer, severability, and effective date.
Item 7E is the second and final of two public hearings on ordinance 3279.3, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city to reflect a zoning designation of residential 1 or R-1 for a property located at 2800 Jameson Drive, parcel ID 13027-118-000. Relevant background information is enclosed in your agenda packet, and this item is the same address as the prior two agenda items. Staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, if you'd like to speak about item 7E, please come forward. Seeing none, closing public comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has adopted ordinance 3279.3, an ordinance zoning a parcel of property located at 2800 Jameson Drive, Panama City, having approximately .436 acres, residential 1, providing for severability and providing an effective date.
Item 7F is the second and final of two public hearings on ordinance 3281, an ordinance to vacate and abandon the alleyway right-of-way easement located on High Avenue south of West 21st Street. Relevant background information is included in your agenda packet, and staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, if you'd like to speak about item 7F, please come to the podium. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
My name is Patricia Freeman. I currently reside at 2101 High Avenue, which is at the corner of High Avenue and West 21st Street. That alleyway that they're trying to abandon and do away with, there's also a residence behind me at 2101 and a half High Avenue that the only access to it is on that alleyway. So if you do away with that alleyway, the only way they can get to that residence is through my property.
Can you go back, please, team, to the prior slide? Thank you.
So there's a curb when you come down to West 21st Street. There's a curve that curves around to High Avenue, and there's an alleyway. There's a house behind mine that sits right on the water.
And you're 2101?
I'm 2101 High Avenue. There's a property 2101 and a half High Avenue.
Which is
And
reference.
it's
Yeah.
this way?
Can we make sure that there's not that it doesn't curve into this easement? I see that we have an additional easement above,
There-
which goes between 101 and 2099.
It's a dirt road. It's an alleyway, and it goes like the road curves.
Yeah.
There's a stop sign, and it goes this way down the alleyway, and my driveway is right here. My property literally sits on the corner. My lot stops at that corner.
Okay. We will make sure that this doesn't impede your access of your neighbor.
So this area.
So this is what we were concerned about, because it says alleyway, and this is the alleyway.
It's the north-south one, south.
Okay, so that's, okay,
Okay?
okay. I just want to make sure that they can access their home. Do what?
Yeah, I want to make sure you can too. Did what he show you?
Yeah,
show that you're-
that one is what he's showing me, and if I'm correct, is there's, when you come around the curb, there's a white house with a green roof here, and he's saying it's right up next to their chain link fence that they're requesting, not the alleyway.
Yeah, Google Maps is kind of showing that dwelling to be basically where it says 2099. It's kind of where it's showing that address. So we're talking about the north-south alleyway, not the east-west alleyway, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I think I recommend that y'all table this to the next meeting. I'd like our team to look at this just to make sure we're not impeding any access to this
Yeah,
property.
we want to double check.
Yep.
We don't want to be cutting anybody's access off. So we'll have them double check and make sure that that's the actual
Okay,
case.
I just want to make sure.
Yep. It's a good thing
We
you
do
came.
too.
That's why we have public meetings. So thank you for
I
coming.
appreciate it. Thank
No
you.
problem.
Mr. Mayor, I move we table this item.
Second.
To the specific October 14th.
There may be other folks who want to talk about it. Probably not, there might be.
Does anyone else want to speak on this item? Okay, we're going to close public comments. Now, you want a motion to table it until October what?
14?
October
Yes.
14th.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0
All
to
right.
table to October 14th. Sorry,
Yes.
Mayor.
We are in public comments. Public comments relate to anything on the agenda items going forward. That includes the Marina term sheet, which got added in the additions. So anyone who'd like to speak about further agenda items, please come forward.
Do we need to take a break?
Do we need a break? We just started. It was like 40 minutes ago.
I just saw Robbie step out, so it's fine.
He'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Which item are you speaking on?
That's the one.
Not really, not either. Y'all don't have it on the agenda.
This is for agenda items only, yes.
Yes, but y'all had a no zoning sign, a change on Redwood and 8th Street.
Can I have your name and address for the record, please?
Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue.
Thank you, sir.
And somewhere y'all moved y'all rezoning sign and other sign that y'all had there belongs to the city of Panama City. And the neighbors is complaining about how do y'all let somebody build a house on a piece of property and then call for a rezoning? The lot is not big enough. Even when they bought it to put a house on it, how the city have changed the ordinance, the setback line. Setback line would not let that house be built like y'all, what y'all set up. Would not let that house be rebuilt. And I thought all of these things supposed to happen before the house is built. If somebody knew they got the okay from the city to build this house. Now, some way this here did not happen. I don't know, y'all doing some undercover work, but somehow that sign got wings and flew away. It's not there anymore. So the house is there, and I think it looked like the house done been sold now. I don't know what's going on. It's in part of my neighborhood, down the road, but still, it's in Millville. And folks is concerned about it. Y'all got a building on 98 sitting up there waiting. I don't know, y'all done told this man that he can set this building where he got it on 98. It's a shed. I think he'll build an office out of it. He got it already wired up, ready for Gulf Power to come there and attach to it. Now, I don't know what's going on, but you would not let me put a shed on 98 for office. And y'all won't let a person put a trailer inside of Panama City. A trailer, I trust a trailer tied down. They got this thing tied down as well. They got it tied down, but I don't think it's the law. Y'all breaking y'all laws. Y'all doing things that shouldn't be done. Y'all don't give away water, but I went to my house yesterday. Y'all had a truck getting water out of a fire hydrant down from my house. I get home, my toilet got muddy water, dirty water in it. I call the city.
Thank you for your comments.
Y'all never came out and looked at it.
We're going to try to keep agenda item comments related to agenda items, not other things. We actually have a meeting on Saturday, October the 4th, on Saturday, where you can come talk about anything you'd like to, complain about, concerns, give us feedback. We really want to keep this meeting related to things that we're discussing today that are on the agenda.
And that meeting has donuts and coffee.
Donuts and coffee. I love a good donut. Danny Donuts. Anyone else related to agenda items today? Please come forward. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, does the agenda item?
Sir, I'm sorry, you need to come to the mic.
Come forward. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
I just want to make sure that the marina.
You can talk about the marina. Yes,
I
sir.
can talk about the marina.
Yes, so was
Okay.
Adam.
Thank you. My name is Joe Pospisil still. All right, so looking at the drawings that were submitted, and I realized that those drawings were included as part of a marina upland area that was for basically example only. But I had a couple of concerns that I'd like to just point out in regards to the future development of the marina. One of them is that any development that's similar to the one that was provided in that example appears to me that it would make marina wet slips and the upland structures themselves completely out of the income bracket of your average Panama City person. I remember what I paid back in the day for a slip at the marina, and I can only imagine what this kind of development would do to the wet slips there in the marina. Secondly, one of the issues I believe was, should you attach the wet slips to the upland structures? I understand the rationale for it. If I had a condo there or whatever, I'd want to have a slip as well. But I'm adamantly against that because it would limit what is already going to be a limited number of slips. It would limit those slips. And then once they become attached to an upland structure, they probably would stay that way forever. And so that limits the amount of slips available to your average Panama City person that has a boat that's too big for a trailer. And then finally, I note that that drawing, even though it's an example, only provides one parking spot per residential house or whatever, which is unrealistic. And I mentioned in a comment that, Mr. Mayor, that you actually commented back on that, I want to make sure we preserve the Panama City boat ramp. And I know that's a broken record, been around a long time, but I get it. The boat ramp there's drawings associated with that boat ramp. But if you take the parking away, the boat ramp goes away. And that would be the first parking to go if they built these units and then there was only one parking spot. This is just my opinion, obviously. If there was only one parking spot per unit and then people started screaming about, I need more parking, I would be concerned that parking would go away. I think you're all aware that there's a huge majority of people that want to keep that boat ramp. It's in a perfect location. I hope it doesn't go away. And thank you very much for your time.
Yes, sir. Anyone else related to agenda items? Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Still afternoon, isn't it? 6 o'clock. You gonna hold the meeting past 6 o'clock?
Oh, it's gonna be.
Okay.
Past 6 o'clock.
It is? All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners, and others on the dais as well. First, I want to give, where is he? Clint Murphy over there, and...
Can I get your name and address for the record, please,
Do I
ma'am?
have to?
Please,
I'm
ma'am.
being facetious. Yes. Brenda Lewis Williams, 2748 Oak Hammock Drive, Panama City, 32401.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, thank you. Alan Forbes is doing a wonderful job filling potholes. I don't have to dodge the one on MacArthur anymore when I go to Glenwood. And you have a new machine truck that's out there that I haven't looked at yet, but John said I can look at it when they go to work. So that's a good thing. I don't know what the name of it is. I'm a little concerned about Commissioner Street activity. And let me say something before I go any further. Like Richard Nixon said, let me be perfectly clear. I've heard my attention has been brought that I don't like certain commissioners. Let me say this, and please understand, I don't know where it came from, I really don't care. But I don't dislike any of you. What I do not care for, oftentimes, is your politics. So, with that being said, do not take what I say personal unless I call you aside and say it to your face, okay? Now, with that being said, this affordable housing, I don't understand how we have $2 million in reserve and it's not costing the city any money. Why can't we go to the threshold of 2032? And do we want to sell or give this away? That doesn't make sense. I don't know that the Panama City Housing Authority, per what I read, if I read it correctly, is the one to bring this to. And if you take it into Section 8 housing, there's no openings for Section 8 housing for at least 2 years, according to my research. And I don't know that Panama City Housing Authority is the group to do this. Why give away what may be and is considered a reasonably profitable venture for the city? We're not losing money. And I'm going to give you one of my adages. You can't make sense out of nonsense. And this is nonsense in my observation. And I'll let it go because I only got 29 minutes left. I'll bring it up the next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else related to agenda items? Yes, sir, Mr. Carruthers.
You already gave my name, so I don't. George Carruthers, 1702 West Beach Drive. I'm speaking item 12A Baker Court. My home backs up onto Baker Court, which supplies all city utilities. On December 1st of 2020, the city held a meeting on this project and deemed it the #1 infrastructure project in the city. Over the 20 years, the residents have endured discolored, foul-smelling water. Sometimes you had to pick the right day to do white-colored clothes. And I know that the city has elected to pursue other projects, some which benefited homeowners, some not so much. And this project has been delayed many times. On behalf of all the residents who are depending on this project, I sincerely hope by the end of this meeting that this project will finally move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
We're going to make Mr. Carruthers honorary project manager for that project, too.
For great. And other projects.
Dr. John Haley, 601 Cactus Avenue. I want to take a look at the housing scenario that the lady just spoke to, referencing Commissioner Street. From a panoramic perspective, typically after having been involved in management for quite some time, typically an employee comes to her boss and complains about unequal distribution of tasks, responsibilities, and duties. And so the question begs to be answered, did Sheila Ware, the individual who was responsible for managing this program, go to her boss, City Manager Judge Jonathan Hayes, and say, well, hey, this is too much. I cannot continue to work and perform effectively in my job and manage all of these properties. And if that is the case, then it's his responsibility to eradicate, alleviate that responsibility, and pursue an off-ramp for her. I don't think that happened. I don't know that Sheila Ware came to Mr. Hayes and talked. She may have. I'm speaking hypothetically, you know. But for a commissioner to come in and make the suggestion, it sort of reeks of impropriety. It may cause one begin to think, you know, is there an outside person, a developer, a construction or contractor involved in the ear of somebody who will eventually come in, bid $1 million, already got the backing, acquire all of the housing. I don't know that that's going to happen, but it could. So that is my concern. And the fact that the city, Section 8, I've been renting the Section 8 almost 40 years. I manage about 13 or 14 houses. And it doesn't cost me a tenth of that much to manage my 14 houses. I replace air conditioning units. I do a lot, plumbing, electrical, do it all. It doesn't cost me that much to manage the properties. So I'm finding it really, really difficult and hard to understand where the burden is so heavy financially on the city to manage these properties, you know, especially if they're bringing in revenue, and that could conceivably pay for somebody's job. That's all I have to say. God bless.
Yes, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. Amber Tubbs, 2716 Wakulla Avenue. I'm here today to express my strong support for maintaining the Neighborhood Stabilization Program rental properties. These homes have played a vital role in providing safe, stable, and affordable housing for working families, seniors, and individuals in need throughout Panama City. As housing costs continue to rise, NSP rentals remain a crucial resource for residents who might otherwise be priced out of our community. It's important to emphasize that this program operates without placing any burden on the city's general fund. NSP is entirely self-sustaining, funded through program income generated in prior years. In fact, its continued operation produces administrative revenue that directly supports the Housing and Community Services Department, helping cover staff salaries, enabling us to deliver essential services to the public. If the city were to relinquish these properties, as some have proposed, we would not only lose valuable, affordable housing, but also a crucial stream of funding that supports our department's day-to-day operations. This would place unnecessary strain on our ability to serve the people who need us most. I have worked proudly in the Housing and Community Services Department for nearly 9 years. In that time, I have firsthand seen the life-changing impacts these homes have had on families across our city. Yet in recent months, it has become increasingly difficult to stay motivated when our department has been singled out, unfairly accused of mismanagement or worse. We have complied fully and transparently with every request for information, and we were assured that following Michael Johnson's departure and the finding that no remaining staff were involved or aware of any wrongdoing, we would be moving forward with a clean slate. Despite this, we continue to be met with skepticism and mistrust. It is very disheartening to work so hard to service our community, only to feel like we are constantly under suspicion rather than supported. I sincerely hope that we can reset the tone and move forward with mutual trust and respect. I urge the Commission to continue supporting the NSP rental program and the Housing and Community Services Department as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
My name is Ashley Gross, and I live at 1028 North Center Avenue. And I've been renting from community development for about 7 years now, and it has been a big help on me. I'm a single parent. I worked just a couple years ago. I found out my daughter has bipolar disorder, so it's hard for me to keep a job right now. So that program has helped me a lot as far as being able to afford things and stuff like that. I have no help at all. My grandma was my biggest supporter, but she got down. So the program, like I said, has helped me far as being able to financially afford some things and being there for my daughter at the same time. With me trying to figure out things with my daughter, they have all been supportive. I call for anything to be fixed. They come. It has been wonderful, and it has helped me for the past few years that I have been trying. I've always been a hardworking person since I was in your class. Just Lucas, but I really appreciate them a lot, though, because it really has changed me in a lot of ways. Because I've been put out a lot of places trying to afford a life for me and my daughter. So, like I said, it's a pleasure and it's a big help. Thank you.
Anyone else related to the agenda items? Yes, ma'am. What items?
Tressa Pasquale, do I need to spell that for you?
I think I got
5920 South Lagoon Drive. The city has over 600 employees. I wouldn't come down here and do this for anybody, but I'm coming down here to show my support for Sheila Ware, who's probably, a handful of employees I'd come down here and do this for out of 600. So she's a valuable employee to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Hi, James Childress, 1603 Vermont Avenue. I am a vendor with the city of Panama City that does work with Ms. Sheila Ware in that program. That program I get to see every day when I do work for the city of what it does for people and changing their lives. We have done several renovations, several houses, several different things that people didn't have kitchens and bathrooms working. Didn't have central heat and air, the electrical, so many things. I understand it's a funded program. Don't understand where the cost effectiveness come in there, but Ms. Sheila holds a high standard with these clientels that she deal with. Very high standard. She's one that has put them in places they would not be. So I just wanted to voice my opinion and tell you that if you follow this around in the work, you'd see some of the amazing things that's been done there. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. Terry Gaynor, 3002 East 3rd Street.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight on behalf of the Housing and Community Services Department. I have served the city for 25 years, and in that time, I have never worked under a leader as dedicated, hardworking, honest, and transparent as Sheila Ware. She consistently goes above and beyond, not only for her staff, sorry. But also the clients we serve. And I've had the privilege of witnessing that the last several years. Respectfully, I would like to share my thoughts and feelings about our department. Every dollar we spend, aside from Ms. Ware's well-earned salary, does not cost the city. In fact, we are actively regenerating housing dollars to assist the next family or individual in need. The NSP program, that is the topic of discussion this evening, is one small but important program under our department. It provides affordable rental opportunities for individuals and families who are working towards home ownership. This program has already helped 13 families transition into their forever homes, an achievement that should not be overlooked. Any one of us could find ourselves in need tomorrow, unable to make ends meet because we only receive Social Security or we work a full-time job and just can't make ends meet. All just while trying to keep a roof over our family's head, and we just don't make enough. A domestic violence survivor who wants a safe place to lay their head with their children at night, or someone who seeks cancer treatments during the day and too sick to work in the evenings. These are the people we serve. Sometimes we must look beyond the bottom line and see the bigger picture. We are to be the hands and feet of Jesus, and helping people in their most vulnerable times, I believe, is what this community is all about. I respectfully ask you to consider this motion before you tonight. This decision you make will have lasting consequences, not just for today, but the future of this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Good evening.
I just want to say I'm a contractor that works for the program.
Your name and us?
It's Eric Orm, 7201 West Lakeland Drive, Panama City, Florida.
Thank you.
I've been working for the program 20 years, and one thing I've always said, that they always help people that need the help. And I think it'd be, not only does it help people, it employs people like me and, others. And I just think it'd be a mistake to take it away, because I've seen the people firsthand, and it really is a good program. And they do help the people that need help in this community. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good afternoon. Bob Zales II, 1906 Tindall Drive in the Cove. My favorite subject, City Marina. Panama City and Bay County both have a rich heritage and history with working waterfronts. If it hadn't been for working waterfronts, you wouldn't be in this place today. That's what helped develop Bay County and Panama City. The City Marina was a critical component of that. Pre-Michael, City Marina was operating just fine as it is. There were no residents there. There were no private condos there. It's a public facility. It deserves to remain the same. You don't need to reinvent this wheel. You can add a few things to it. You can add facilities that support the vessels. You put slips in there. You bring boats in there. You provide fuel. You do everything else that supports that. That then develops your commerce that you're really looking for. Private residence is not going to bring you any more commerce to that area. You need parking. You get the marina back to where it once was. You will get your foot traffic. You will get everything in there that's necessary. You don't need another great big restaurant. You got a nice restaurant. Harrison's right there. You got a facility. People want to live down there. They can stay in that hotel. It's a very nice hotel that's right there. You got everything necessary to get that thing back up and working and get the working waterfront established so that you have commercial fishing operations for our charter operations, your private rec operations. You have all that together. You have a very nice place to do that. That city marina, we've been here, my family was here since '65. Every 4th of July, you went there to watch the barge and the fireworks. You had all the vessels out in the bay doing the same thing. You didn't have private residents. You had at one time, you had a really nice restaurant at the end of that marina, Four Winds, one of the best places in town. You had a bunch of you had barber shops, you had different other facilities there. That's all you need. You don't need to reinvent this and make this into some kind of special thing. These developers that you're partnering with, they don't care about the history and the heritage. They're interested in that dollar, and that's all that's there. That facility needs to be done, put back for the public, so the public can use it and keep rates reasonable so the public can enjoy it and bring the heritage back to Panama City once again. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening.
Eric Thomas, 1100 West 10th Street. I don't know what's on 12F. I'm here, I guess, to talk about 12E and let's not forget the profit sharing that you're talking about. The hotel last year paid $10,800 and the restaurant paid $33.
$800,000.
So
800,000.
So this is less than the rent on one of those houses. And this is the same price you're talking about giving to the Gorman Group. 0 for the first $650,000, 2% after that up to $1.2 million, and 4% after that. This is a joke. I can't believe you guys are even considering this for more than 30 years. At least that's longer than that. I didn't see your discussion on last Monday. I went down to the library and tried to look, and it wasn't online, and so I haven't seen it. I don't know what 12F is going to say because it's not on your website, so I don't know what you're talking about there either. But just the fact that you're considering doing this for more than 30 years is just disgraceful. And the fact that you're talking about developing the uplands without giving that an opportunity to other developers to offer to actually pay into the system by giving more than 0 for the first $650,000. I don't know how you can consider even considering this, but look at the past from the Gorman Group. On Labor Day weekend out there was no parking left for the trailers for people that wanted to launch their boat, but there were 7 spaces blocked off, unused, unusable. And for the first 4 months before they even started building, they blocked off all the parking for that. There were 15 boat trailers out there, that was it. There was no more room for anybody to park their boat trailer for the Labor Day weekend. And now for the last month, they've left it abandoned. They have stopped work. I guess they're focusing on getting the downtown one. But if that's how they're treating St. Andrews, how are they going to treat downtown? The fact that you're even considering this for more than 30 years, either 7 years or $10 million in profit, because that's what they could be making off of a marina that's making $2 million a year. Why are they not contributing back to this city? And how come you are making these plans to give away the marina without informing the public and in a timely manner? I appreciate that you went back and added the plans that show pictures of what they were going to do, that on August 22nd, you only provided to the public an hour and 40 minutes after public comment had closed. But for you to be this secretive about what you're doing, and the math doesn't add up. At the end of the day, the amount of money that you're asking in return for this valuable piece of property is pitifully small. I hope you consider that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Good evening.
I'm Douglas Forehand. I actually live in Callaway, and I'm here to support Ms. Sheila. Build low-income housing in Greater Panama City, mostly in the Glenwood area. And we have built, my partner and I, in the last, well, since the hurricane, we've built 13, I believe, low-income housing. There's nothing or no one that I would rather deal with than Miss Sheila Ware. She's the most honest woman I have ever met. And she is so good with the customers till it just makes our job easy. So that is where I'm coming from, is the fluidity from her to the builders, and and her getting our customers, because we don't have to look for a customer. They have our customers, and the program that we are using to build houses for low income has been very successful. If you don't believe it, ask one of the people that have been lucky enough to get one of those houses and can afford them. And we're hoping interest rates will come down a little bit, but that's not for us to determine. It's for us to build a house that is very complementary to the people that are wanting to get them. We're building on small lots, so we're building small houses. But I've not had any complaints from people that have had the privilege of buying one of those houses through Miss Sheila, and she has done an outstanding job and will continue to do that if given the chance. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I really hadn't planned to speak, but sitting there listening to everyone, I wanted to echo what has already been said, and hopefully by now you have the point. I'm sorry, Rufus Wood, 1911 East 10th Street.
Thank you.
Ms. Sheila Ware is a lady of professionalism. I've had dealings with her, and I think what we really wanted to see in that office is we wanted to see integrity, dignity, and humility restored, and I think she has done that. In fact, if I had to say it, I think she's gone above and beyond. And it's all about helping people, and we heard a testimony here from somebody that she has helped personally, and so I would hope that we would keep that in mind and consider that in the decision that you're going to make. The Bay County branch NAACP, we have always been a strong advocate of affordable housing. And I remember after Hurricane Michael, we put on town hall meetings because we wanted to make sure that people would have the housing. And if we're helping people, by all means, that's what we would want to do, is to help them. We certainly don't want to hurt them. So I would hope that you would consider what has been said. And as I said, you have somebody who has been personally impacted, and that touched me just sitting over there. I didn't even plan to say anything, but I couldn't sit there and not say anything. So I hope that you would take all of this in consideration as you make the decision that you make on this issue. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Good evening. Evening.
My name is Roy Morris. I'm with Seawind Construction. I'm Mr. Forehand's partner. We've had the unique privilege to work with Ms. Sheila Ware in the last 3 years in the most of the SHIP program, but also some of the redevelopment programs. Her integrity is without question. Her and of course work with her and Joe, in their office and her staff, but they're an asset for this city, and I just want to voice my personal opinion of her, and that she's a fine character. And this program is, like Mr. Forehand says, this program is a valuable program for the city, because we build houses for people that they can't live where I live. I live in Lynn Haven, but the houses we build they're low-income houses. And I think the young lady that said that, sometimes we got to be the hands and feet of Jesus. Let's support Miss Sheila. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, closing public comments. Moving to consent agenda.
All right, yep, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I would like to pull off item 9A and have that voted separately. One of y'all needs to abstain from that vote, but the others would request that y'all consider those in mass.
Motion we approve 9 Bravo through 9 India.
Second?
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 9A is consideration to approve the special event permit for the Glenwood Under the Stars held the first Saturday of every month from July of 2025 through July 2026 from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at 600 MLK Boulevard, sponsored by the Lead Coalition of Bay County Incorporated. As background information, on July 8th, 2025, the Commission approved a special event permit for the recurring Glenwood Farmers Market scheduled every Saturday from July 2025 through July 2026 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at 600 MLK Boulevard. This is Exhibit A in your packet. Since its approval, the event has continued to grow, and the city has received a request, which is Exhibit B in your packet, to amend the permit to include now Glenwood Under the Stars. Under this amendment, the market on the first Saturday of each month would shift from its usual 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. schedule to an evening event from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. This expanded event would feature a DJ, food vendors, an inflatable movie screen, and alcohol service. The attached alcohol permit application is attached as Exhibit C. No additional special event fees are required as they've already been paid. Per the Chief of Police recommendation, law enforcement presence will be required with one officer assigned through off-duty management from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. and 2 community police officers providing support during the event as needed. The cost for police services is a total of $186 per month paid through ODM. Staff recommendation is that the commission approve this request, but I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Zimmerman because one of the city commissioners does need to abstain. Mr. Zimmerman?
Commissioner Lucas did talk to me, even though she would not benefit personally or economically from this. She is the executive director for LEAD, and LEAD is the sponsoring agent for this. To avoid even the appearance of impropriety, Commissioner, I did advise Commissioner Lucas it would be a good idea to abstain.
Awesome. Gentlemen, we don't have to go into public comments with this. This has been
No,
pulled.
it's just a
We have a
motion.
motion to accept.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0 with one abstention.
Commissioner report. 10A.
All right, so I kind of feel like after the public comment period that we should address one thing, like there's nothing in what has been presented today, nor saying anything having to do with Ms. Ware. There's no changes in our budgetary process for this year. There's been nothing proposed with the budget that we just adopted. And, you know, I do understand that there's a lot of support for these programs, and it's not about getting rid of a program. It's about trying to find, is there a better way for us to be able to do and execute programs? And so the NSP program was one of the areas that we looked at. And I had personal interest in understanding more about the program, as I have with a variety, whether it's been with the CRA, whether it's been with other departments. There's been nothing unusual about this process, other than it's a very complex program, and it did take quite a bit of research to understand exactly how the program operates. So in the totality of everything that's being looked at, we do have organizations in our community that focus on property management specifically. This is the only program that exists in the city that involves property management, which is an anomaly when we have other nonprofits as well as quasi-governmental entities that handle that. And so that was the focus of what we looked at. And frankly, I didn't know what we would find when we started to look at it. And it turns out the program does have a substantial amount of reserves, which led to a greater understanding of what the funding is available for us to be able to do and accomplish. Were there things that came in that hey, we need to address if we continue moving forward this? Absolutely there were. And I think those are detailed as far as in the report. as far as what we need to look at so that it operates similarly to the rest of the way that we procure things as a city, how we handle things regarding income and expenses. Was there any kind of criminal or anything like that? No, like that wasn't anything and that wasn't the focus and the intent of looking at things as more as it was in trying to create a more efficient as well as a better process for serving housing needs, specifically with this program. So I'll start with just saying this, like this funding came from an allocation that happened after the Great Recession. And it was basically funding that was released by HUD to purchase foreclosed homes to help stabilize housing markets all around the country. Since that point in time, there are some that have continued to operate the programs through the affordability period. There are others that have divested themselves and closed out their program. So what I propose today is the question, as we've asked many things, is what should the city be involved in? And do we want the city to be a property manager? That doesn't mean that the program goes away. What it means, it just may be handled differently. And so that was the focus on what's been proposed. I certainly hate that the community feels like this is something having to do with personalities or personnel. That's not the case. The case is we have had some major changes inside of our housing department that we have to acknowledge. The county program that existed inside of the city of Panama City is now with Bay County. That was 80% of the funding. 80%. When that happens, this is the first time we've been able to take a focused look at housing and say, how do we create a sustainable path forward for these programs so that ultimately residents are served not just for a singular budget year, but ongoing for a long period of time so that the program can be sustainable. Yes, there are reserves, and yes, it is operating off of reserves. Could it maintain operating off reserves? Sure, for a period of time, but eventually the money will run it. And so the point is, how do we create a sustainable process for whether it be NSP or whether it be any other aspect of housing moving forward? And it's a great opportunity to have a discussion when there's not the pressure of someone having to feel like their job's on the line in a budget year.
Yeah.
So if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that this is a wonderful discussion to have in terms of affordability of housing in the city of Panama City. But Commissioner, I think the tone and the words used in your fact finding are what has created the outpouring of support for the Housing and Community Services Department, most especially the director. Did you at any time in your fact finding meet directly with the department chair?
I have met multiple times with Sheila over the many years that I've been here.
I mean, specifically in reference to this fact finding for NSP.
No, this process was taken with city staff and the 3 direct reports that we have here as a commission.
Okay.
If Ms. Ware would have liked to meet with me, I would have happily said yes.
So the structure of how we've come to this point is part of the frustration, anxiety, as we've seen expressed by our staff here today. But that aside, here we are. You're putting forth that the program is not sustainable. It has a $2 million reserve. It has been successful over this time. Today's clarification memo speaks directly to the concerns about the properties that had the high repairs this year. They were both properties that had been rented to one family and over time. And so those were necessary repairs that were made. The question, should we be in the property management business, I don't think is the right question for talking about affordability and affordable housing. I think the question is the program still needed in the city of Panama City? And I would dare say the answer is yes, because what contributed to the start of the program is also still very much a factor now, the need to stabilize neighborhoods. And so the success of this program not only is offering the housing to individuals, and I requested and received who actually are the people leasing our rental units. They work for City of Panama City. They work for Bay District Schools. They are working folk who can't afford, as one gentleman said, where he lives, these folks can't afford to live there, but they are contributing members of our community. The United Way refers to ALICE Group, Asset Limited, Income Constrained, Working. And so that's what this program seeks to address. You said 80% of the money went to Bay County when we did the housing shuffle. We can look at proportionately how much the county needs and how much the city needs. The county is larger, so it would make sense that would be needed there. I contend that we not only need to keep this project, the NSP program, but actually look at extending affordability beyond 2032 to perpetuity. And the way we can do that is to take these properties and put them into a community land trust, as has been done with properties in Pensacola, Tallahassee, and many cities around the state. Because it is not going to get easier for working class folk to afford homes when salaries are not keeping pace with expenses.
I want to add some. That's okay. So I want to add something. This position up here is very unusual. It's very unusual in that a lot of the feedback has to happen in the eye of the public. That's the way the system is set up. If this was a private business, these conversations would be behind closed doors, and it wouldn't be the news here, and it would just be a lot. It's embarrassing to people to have us talk about their department, and that's not fun for us. But we were elected to ask questions. No one, when I knocked on doors, said, "Hey, I'm going to vote for you. Go up there and just don't do anything." That you get voted to ask questions. And it's really hard because none of us have worked in these departments. And like, I've never put a fire out, never arrested anybody, I've never done their jobs before, but our job is to ask questions. And it creates this friction. And so I'm asking for a little bit of empathy for us, which is we have good intention. I have these same conversations with my businesses every year. I have 120 employees in my software companies, about 60 here locally. And even within our breweries, we have the exact same conversations of range hoods, your fire suppression over your stove. Should we clean those in-house? Should we have a third party clean those? Our front door mats, should we wash them ourselves? Should we have someone else wash them? Those are the exact same conversations any organization has of, should we do this thing in-house? It's a method to see how you get the best product. It's not an attempt of not washing the front door mat. It's, can you do it better? Or more, less expensive doing it in-house or out-of-house. That's the conversation. It's not an attempt to not wash the front door mat. So I'm not in favor of, I'm not here I want to support the program, but in the right hands. And that may be in our hands or it may be a third party. And that's the discussion. The discussion today, I don't believe is to stop everything and kill the whole department. But the purpose was to have this discussion because we can't have this discussion amongst ourselves outside of the public eye, which makes it very unusual because you're always going, well, what does the other commissioners think about this thing? But it creates this awkward environment of scrutinizing a department who has great intentions that serves the public well, but our job is to ask questions. So I don't know if we're going to have a consensus. I'd like to hear from everyone else, but potentially this gets pushed to a workshop where we can all do more research, ask more questions. I am, even in Parks and Rec, if a vendor came to us and said, I can cut the grass cheaper and better, we should be exploring that. If we had a vendor come to us and say, I can paint all the park bathrooms more often and cheaper, we should be having those conversations. Our job is to have those conversations with the department head of, should we do this in-house or should we have a third party do it? That is our job. But I think we're going to end up pushing this to a workshop where we can have deeper discussions that aren't up here. One of the awkward things, even logistically with this, is I'm having a discussion like this, which is just weird because it should be like a round table where we're talking between ourselves. But I would be in favor of pushing this to a workshop, but I'd love to hear other commissioners weigh in just philosophically, if they want to.
I guess I want to. Yeah, I'd like to see this in a workshop as well, because I would like to have more time to deep dive into it and explore. It is my understanding that this program is funded by the federal government. And unlike the city, the federal government gets to print money. So if you, and also usually for those of you who've done work with the federal government, if you don't spend everything you get, then you don't get any more the next year, or you'll get less the next year. I don't like that. I didn't make up the rules. That's the rules. So I guess for me, it's kind of, I'm still trying to understand the felt need as to why there's so much effort into this one, because it's if the money's coming from the federal government, it's not coming out of the general fund, which was what all of the taxpayers in the city contribute to. And I'm not saying I'm not willing to discuss it. I'm just saying that I need somebody to help me get to a felt need. That's where I'm at. So that's what I'm telling y'all.
I think
that makes sense.
that's a fair point.
Right.
Philosophically for me, you go into any organization and typically when you want to be really great at something, you find 5 or 6 core things. And 5, 6, 4, 10, whatever it is. But focus is really hard for any organization. In software, they literally call it feature creep, which is you keep adding things to the thing and it grows so big, it's hard to manage. And there's a focus problem.
I guess what I'm getting at is to kind of use your example, and this would probably never happen in the world, but imagine having a cook that just showed up one day and said, "Hey, somebody else is paying my salary. I'm here to cook for you."
Yeah.
You would probably never say, "Hey, can we get a better cook or we get a different cook?" Like you would probably never, if you didn't like that cook, you probably just put them on some other stuff to cook, right? And that's not a very perfect analogy. It's really not, because there's just not very good analogies for this type of situation. But this is a program that's being paid for by the federal government. So it's kind of like somebody else is saying, "Hey, we're willing to pay this entire department to do this." And it's not coming out of city tax dollars. And so that's where I'm just kind of like, we've got a lot of other stuff on our plate that is coming out of general fund. We've got a lot of even more discussions tonight about things that are going to be incredibly impactful to all citizens. And that's not to belittle the impact that Sheila and her team has had on individuals. But I mean, we're talking 13 houses, right?
25.
Okay, 25 houses in a city of roughly 40,000 people. So that's where I'm just kind of, the felt need piece for me is like there's a lot bigger fish that we've got to fry. This one to me doesn't seem like why are we diving? Why are we going down this road? That's kind of where I'm. Not to say we shouldn't. I'm just trying to understand.
So the one thing I'll draw attention to is, unlike other funding sources, there is no new allocations coming. And so this was a one-time injection, and then from that point to Commissioner Lucas's point, whether it's a land trust, whether it's those things, that's not, I think there's 1,000 different ways to do it. The core question that I had is whether or not, speaking to Mayor Branch's point, is this a feature in the complications of government that we want to continue doing? Because what my own research as I was going through it, I found things like, oh, well, hey, no one knew that there was a period that insurance wasn't on that until we started asking questions. Oh, hey, legal wasn't aware that there were leases being executed. Oh, wait, clerk wasn't aware there was rent being forgiven. I mean, that's not to say that they were done with bad intent. Is to say that it is a complicated process to be a property manager, and is government's job, primary function that we can do, be a property manager, or does it look better for us to partner with the Panama City Housing Authority, Habitat for Humanity, some other means, or a private property management company that would be responsible for that? That's not an attack on the staff. It's an acknowledgement that there are a lot of different programs we have in this, and with funding consolidating, if there's any place that we can find, is this what we want the primary to be? I think that's a valid conversation. And so, because it's not just this program, we're talking about 6 or 7 other ones that exist inside of the housing ecosystem. And so I think that's, where do you start? You just start. And I think that's the reason why it started here. It wasn't because there was a specific focus on the program as much as it was, hey, we need to start looking at things. This is one. I knew that we had some properties that hadn't quite gotten to execution. I wanted to understand why. I mean, the quadplex that's sitting right over here. I mean, the 2021, it's come to the commission like multiple times. And so I want to understand why, so that we can provide better services to our citizens. How we problem solve for that, open to all sorts of different suggestions. It's not about a specific outcome. It's more or less about a specific, hey, is this something that we feel like is a core responsibility of government to be a property manager? I understand that, Commissioner Lucas, you said that may not be the right question. I get it's not the right managing outcome with that, but it is a valid question to getting to the best book of services that we can provide our citizens. And I do think there are lots of other alternatives to property management than the city. But I support going to a workshop for us to discuss it further. I think that's a great way of handling it. But hopefully everyone can kind of see a little bit of like, hey, this isn't singling out a staff. It's not singling out even a department, for instance. It is more or less getting down to how can we create a streamlined government that has a high bar for quality of service that we provide our citizens.
Very well said there, but it still doesn't answer the question that Commissioner Granger put forth. Of all of the things that we could look at in the city, what is it that makes this one important for us to look at now? So for me, I would say it's the question of affordability and the fact that the city of Panama City has the greatest number, percentage-wise, of folk who need service like this, and of the people who are Alice. The question is, how do we meet the need? The technicalities of who manages it is a lower level question. But at the policy level, I think we need to be looking at the issue of affordability of housing in the city of Panama City, which is the urban core of Bay County, and how do we best address that?
So I would challenge Commissioner Lucas, what good is $2 million in cash sitting into our accounts doing for the affordability of people in our city?
That is yet to be determined, but it's a better problem to have than not having any money to address the issue, which then you've restated, why are we sitting there with it when we have a great affordability need? So the policy level direction that staff needs isn't the management level decisions that are left in the city manager's purview, but the broad policy of why we need to be addressing the issue to start with. And I think that this discussion is better held in a workshop. I do agree with that.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Thumbs up. I've known Sheila Ware for 30 years. You're an awesome lady. I've done some work with you. And it's truly correct. Your heart's in it. I never saw this as something going after Sheila. I understand now how the report, I can get that. For full disclosure, I'm a real estate broker. I like to buy and sell houses. I think from my conversations with people around town, the philosophical view is, should government be in competition with private business? There's a couple of builders here that have expressed that they're getting work from this, and it's kind of guaranteed, where the private businesses have to generate. So I think you have to start with that question first. Roads, bridges, fire, police, those are definitely government necessities. I think I've learned a little bit about this now that you've gone through the report, and I do appreciate that. I think my major concern is, if we're going to, there's 25 people. By the way, I did some homework last night. This is real rough. It's not real, they're real numbers, but they may be off a little bit. All of the beach of the county properties were given to us by Bay County. Is that correct? No acquisition cost. Correct. Okay. And I'm taking the low number and just went and looked at I don't know what the insides look like, and I gave zero value to the slabs on Balboa. If you sold all those houses today on the low end, it's $1.8 million.
I'm sorry?
If you sold all those properties today, it's $1.8 million. Based
In addition to the $2 million that's already in the bank?
Right.
Okay.
And then Panama City, now, we bought these and varying prices, but I think the highest price I saw was about 100 and maybe 19,000, somewhere around there. See, I did my homework, Sheila. If we sold those on the low end, that's about $1.6 million, okay? For about $3.5 million in value. That's pretty good. If you sell it, what do you do with it? You know, you can't reinvest it for the same, you have the same amount, but do you do something else with it? I don't know. In talking with staff, these properties have to be owned for 15 years, right? Is that correct? And then they can sell off. For me, if I'm trying to rent something and somebody else, why does this person, are they special and they get to pay below market rate on rents and I don't, and I've got to really work hard? I think I ran into that a lot talking to people. Why are y'all in the property management business? Why are y'all discounting your rents? I said, well, it's an affordable program. And that's to start with. But personally, it affects me because on affordability, I try to build spec houses in Millville and I can't compete. Okay. So I stopped building. But what I could do is we got the dirt and we can build houses like we've been talking about, maybe $1,000 or give in the lot to the deal. And that makes it affordable. I just don't know why we need to be in the real estate and development business and the property management business. And I'm brand new at this, so I'm listening a lot. And it's a philosophical question of, do we need to compete? I generally lean towards, I would rather not compete against government. They're always going to beat me. They can, but that doesn't mean that that's right or wrong. So I think from a workshop perspective, we can start with, everybody loves Sheila. This is not about you and it's not about your department. It's about a program that, and you know, I've been beating the drum about the housing. I don't want the housing department to go away. I heard that the other day that they all think in City Hall that I want to shut the housing department down. I don't. I want it to run efficiently and know that we're helping more than this person and that person. Why are those people special? Well, council said yesterday, said, well, they're the ones that applied and got there the fastest. And that's okay. I would like some more information on the county, how they're able to move the money faster than we are and put more out in, because you had costs go up of real estate while we still had money, and now those kind of became unaffordable, okay? So there's a lot there. But from my perspective, it's should we compete or not? And are these properties worth holding on to? And is there, I'd ask staff, did we find out if we sell these, is there a penalty? Do we know? Early.
We have not got confirmation back from Department of Commerce or HUD yet.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting that we sell. I wanted everybody to get an idea. It's not an appraisal. It's not, I'm not going to testify in court over it, but it is, here's a number that we can hold on to right now. But thank you for bringing this up. And Commissioner Lucas, I appreciate your support in this, and I want to work with you to try to find a path to better efficiency and a program that's a little bit easier to work in.
So as we frame the workshop, to your point about the market and competition, you, I think, just said it. You tried to build spec homes for affordability, and it wasn't affordable for you to do it in in your business. The median sales home is over $300,000.
329 to be exact.
I knew you'd know that. 98,000 to 114K. That's the income required for that home over $300,000. The median income in the city of Panama City is way less than that. That's, to me, the crux of the matter. And so if we're going to talk about, let's talk about what the need is and how best to address that. And I also want to just give a shout out to the housing department. They have 4 staff. And they are not only running this program, with the $2 million reserve. They're running the other programs as well. Programs that were vetted after the fiasco and have had the audit. And so the question, I guess fundamentally, is does the city government have a responsibility to addressing the hardships that many of the residents have because they are caught in the wage gap through no fault of their own?
So do you need a motion or anything to go to a workshop, or just schedule it?
I don't think so. We can coordinate one. I've already been checking with Mr. Self. I think I agree that around a table would be best. And so kind of getting an update on when room 10 will be done at City Hall. We're hoping in the next 3 or 4 weeks. So maybe towards the latter part of October, we can schedule a workshop.
A real live in person.
A real live in person. Yes, ma'am.
Sounds good.
All facing each other. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much for everyone for coming to the department. These are tough conversations and emotions are high, but we're going to move to a 5-minute recess. All right, let's get started.
All right, we're now into section 11. That's the city attorney, but I'm going to introduce the one item. So 11A was actually tabled to the October 28, 2025 commission meeting. And then at our last workshop, the commission requested an update on the sale of properties in St. Andrews at 1309 Chestnut. And that's one lot. And then also 2 other lots, one at 1300 Beck Avenue and the other one at 1306 Beck Avenue. Just a quick background before I turn it over to Attorney Nevin Zimmerman. This was approved for me to sell this, just to get us a little bit of background in October of 2024. March 5th, the first auction went out. That was all 3 parcels together. The auctioneer at the time did recommend that we split them up, but staff, we discussed and decided to leave them together. And none of the offers came back at meeting reserve. So we then split them up. And went back out to auction on June 4th and split them up into 3 different parcels and sold them out. The one, actually during the time that it was out, we received an offer of $280,000. That's the one at 1309 Chestnut. And we brought that to the commission. Y'all did authorize us to go ahead and sell that. And that was above the approximate value that the auctioneer estimated it at. And then we did get the same person made an offer on the 2 parcels on Beck, the 1300 and the 1306. And I did allude to this at the virtual workshop, but I just kind of want to, just kind of recap for the folks in the room here. And as a reminder that, the expectation was that these properties, because there had been a prior effort to do some type of P3 to generate some retail or some commerce at this very valuable piece of property at 13th and Beck. And so when we went out to sell these, I think, it's safe to assume at the time, both staff and the elected officials, when we discussed it, our expectation was that someone would purchase that for the purpose of retail. Well, when they went out for auction, I can tell you that really both the first time and the second time, especially Commissioner Street, because this is in his ward, and myself received a lot of concern from the community in St. Andrews that the city not sell these properties just for them to sit there empty. And we got that overwhelming response. And so also during that time, it became known to us that the folks that wanted to purchase them had an intention to make them parking lots. And they asked us, is that okay? And, we kind of talked through the ULDC and being on Beck and being in the Gateway overlay, like kind of what that would require. And the answer was yes, it was. It was okay. However, the expectation of the city would be that you do that, within 3 years, and that it actually be a designed and paved and landscaped parking lot and not just mowed grass with gravel. Because if that's all that was going to happen, I might as well keep it, and the city can do that ourselves. And so during that time, I did confer with Mr. Zimmerman, and we did, want to put that forward as kind of a requirement. And we did, just brief the commission on that. And then it's also something that we've talked about with other properties. Again, just kind of putting this, this requirement, and because there are a number of parcels around the city, probably a little bit more in the downtown area, where, properties are purchased and sat on for a long time. So that was a very, in my opinion, very serious concern by the folks, in the St. Andrews area. And so, again, there was no requirement that they purchase that with these requirements. I will state that the one property owner that was the successful purchaser of 1309 Chestnut. They immediately agreed to that. That was their desire, again, all along, was to do a parking lot and a nice one at that. And so we are all set to close on October 3rd on that piece of property. The other two, 1300 and 130 Beck, still ongoing negotiations and discussions, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Zimmerman at this time.
Okay, the report is that we do have a contract, the city does, on 1309 Chestnut, 2 contracts, purchase contract, and then an option to repurchase if the improvements aren't made as promised within 3 years. And that's not an obligation to repurchase, but it's an option to repurchase at the same price. The second two parcels, 1300 and 1306 Beck Avenue, we do not have a contract at this time. There hasn't been a meeting of the minds between the buyer and the seller for us to give you a report until just now. But Mr. Greg Clubs, I talked to him on the phone today. He would like to have a meeting with staff again to fully, make sure make sure that we understand his issues, and then make sure he understands our issues. But you can see from the correspondence, his attorney, Mr. Harrison, Franklin Harrison, we went back and forth with as far as the definition of improvement, the definition of a parking lot, things like that. So there's not a meeting of the minds. I think this is a meeting that we could have before our next city commission meeting and bring back a report, hopefully, the first meeting in October, as far as whether or not this needs to be rebid, or whether or not you'd like to accept other offers, or whether Mr. Clubs and the city staff at least come to an understanding of what the process is. So that's the report. So I would recommend that we have the meeting that Mr. Clubs requested this afternoon, and then we can give you a better report as far as where we are.
Thank you. Any questions?
So in reading his email, he says that it was difficult because after the fact, we adding changes, here, you got to do this or you can't do that, I guess, once the offer was made. What's his frustration? He's saying up here his frustration is that it's kind of confusing as what the terms are. Have we set the terms before or during the negotiation? Or after, because that's what he's alluding to.
He's frustrated.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know exactly why.
Okay.
I mean, and that's not a criticism of Mr. Clubs at all. So I'd like to know, and I'd like to make sure that we understand what that is. He had a different purpose in mind, not for parking, and he doesn't know if he needs to use it for the purpose that he had in mind when he made an offer to buy it. He's a little concerned that maybe $600,000 was too much money for it. Because he may not need it for the purpose that he had in mind. Mm-hmm. So I think all of those things need to be talked about. I think there's no question that there was a discussion about a purchase price, and then that was immediately there was discussion about, well, what are you going to do? Right. We really the city needs to sell this property to somebody that will do something. And then, is doing a gravel parking lot really what the city wants. So that's, yes, there have been discussions all about that, and he may not even need it for parking now. So that's, all those things need, warrant further discussion. I appreciate you bringing it to a head as far as, let's figure out where we are. And as I told Mr. Clubs and his lawyer, he's under no obligation to buy. There never has been a meeting of the minds on this thing, so he could choose not to buy, and then we could go to another, alternative.
But I don't think the city's under obligation to sell either, from what I
No,
understood.
Right, there's no contract.
There's no contract.
Okay. Didn't the city buy that for a parking lot originally? Wasn't it built for parking?
It was talked about.
Yeah, okay.
It was talked about that would be a good parcel for parking, but
I would just request that next time, we let Mr. Hayes choose the real estate company, and we stay inside Bay County. We gave that to somebody else, and we had to go all the way to Macon, Georgia to find somebody. We got 185 of them here, so. But I don't like auctioning because it keeps a lot of the people that would necessarily might want to play ball. It keeps them out because of the upfront cost and requirement. But, and as you saw, when you split them apart too, it was easier to sell. So, good job on getting the issue done back there. He needs the parking.
Yeah. And, I know that both of them reached out to the city, both to myself and I believe to Commissioner Street, at least, Ishmael did, just to confirm that we were good. They wanted to kind of talk about the parking lot before they kind of put in their final offer. So they knew in advance, and I spoke to Mr. Clubs as well.
Right on.
So, and again, I just was, I have a responsibility to look out for the city's best interest, and, just a gravel parking lot, I would have come back. First off, we don't really allow those to some degree. There's restrictions inside the gateway overlay. And, I just knew that, that the expectation was that we wanted to see those improved, and they're already kind of grass parking lots right now. And so, but that was long before any kind of final offer. And as Mr. Zimmerman said, they're not under any obligation to purchase it, nor are we to sell it. So.
Very good. Thank you.
12A.
All right, I think we're good with that. So we'll bring that back, report on the 14th of October. All right, item number 12A is consideration to approve and award the bid and the execution of the contract for bid PC 25-038 SRF project, the Baker Court Utility and Roadway Improvements to ECSC LLC in the amount of $2,964,071.12, which includes additive alternates A and C, and approving up to $3,112,274.68, which includes a 5% contingency. As background information, the Baker Court project is located in an area of aged infrastructure with urgent repair need. This area is located on Baker Court, east of Frankfort Avenue. On August 21st, 2025, sealed bids were received at the City of Panama City and opened for the above referenced project. Bids were opened in the presence of bidders' representatives, city staff, and SRF lead engineers. We received a total of 9 bids for the project, as shown on the detailed certified bid tabulation, and ECSC LLC submitted the lowest responsive bid in the amount of $2,964,071.12. The city is planning on using advance payment for these tasks, and thus invoices will be presented to SRF for payment and advance of payment to the contractor. Staff recommendation through the Director of Public Works is that the commission approve this item. Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Wait, this is not public discussion, though.
No, but
no public discussion.
Need a motion and a vote.
A motion and a vote. Okay. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Crothers, do you want to do the honors?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Long time coming.
Yeah.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And I'll just note as one item that came out of the Saturday morning town halls was some issues with the Calhoun Park. And so we're going to kind of look at maybe doing like a piggyback off of this to look at paving parking right there. I know the community and the neighborhood will appreciate that. Item 12B is consideration to approve and execute the renewal proposal from Preferred Government Insurance Trust, or PIDGET, in the amount of $340,551 for the city's fiscal year 2026 insurance coverages. As background information, on September 9th, 2025, PIDGET quoted the city $3,340,551 for its FY26 insurance coverages, including workman's comp, property, general liability, auto, inland marine, law enforcement liability, public officials liability, employee practices liability, and cyber liability. This renewal quote is about an 8% increase from the previous year, but it is still over $300,000 less than the 2024 quote from our previous carrier, FEMIT. This quote is within the proposed FY 2026 budget projections. Staff recommendation through the Director of Logistics is that the City Commission approve this request. Mr. Mayor?
Do I have a motion to accept?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, this is Preferred Governmental Insurance Trust. That's for insurance that's on city buildings, correct?
Yes. Yeah, all of those things that I listed.
Yeah. So, yep. So there are some cities in the state of Florida that just don't even have insurance. Don't even bother with it.
Right.
So
I would take your word at that. I would imagine, so if they're smaller, yes.
Well, some of the larger ones don't have it.
The marinas didn't have insurance.
Yeah, they literally have enough money in reserves. They self-insure.
Yeah.
They have enough money in reserves. I understand we are not in a position right now to self-insure, but I do think that that is something that maybe we could aim for in the future, is self-insuring if we can build our reserves up.
Okay. Any other discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, item 12C is consideration to review and approve a contract agreement with Red Speed Florida LLC for the implementation of a school zone speed detection system in 11 school zones identified as having heightened safety risks within the city of Panama City. The agreement will provide an additional enforcement tool to improve safety for children and families in these areas. As background information, the proposed contract with Red Speed Florida LLC provides a turnkey school zone speed photo enforcement, or SPE, system for designated school zones. Red Speed will install and maintain at least one speed warning sign with a flashing yellow beacon at each monitored approach. The ticketing system will operate 30 minutes before school, during the school day, and 30 minutes after school, while the ALPR component will operate 24 hours a day, that's the license plate reader, without speed enforcement outside of those times. All violations will be reviewed and verified by a qualified Panama City Department law enforcement officer before any citation is issued. The initial term is 3 years, with the city able to terminate the contract with 30 days notice. If terminated, Red Speed will remove all equipment at no cost or penalty to the city. This effort is authorized under State House Bill 657 and supports safer conditions for students and the community. I'll just add that there was a couple of cities that were flagged and counties by one of the commissioners, and so we did ask the gentleman, and I will state that he's here tonight, Mr. Greg Parks, who is the Senior Vice President of Red Speed USA, willing and able to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor, by you and the commissioners. But there was an issue in Palm Bay, and they acknowledged specifically with Red Speed that there was an isolated error where an engineer inadvertently coded a site with the incorrect jurisdiction, punching in Miami-Dade County rather than Palm Bay, which is not far away, after performing routine maintenance. This resulted in a small number of citations being sent to the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office for review and approval. Once approved, those citations were mailed to the registered vehicle owners. As soon as the error was discovered, Red Speed took immediate corrective action. All impacted citations were promptly dismissed, and although the motorists were indeed speeding in Palm Bay, they were not held accountable due to this technical mistake. It's important important that no citizen was harmed as a result of the issue, and the City of Palm Bay then elected to terminate the agreement for convenience, not for cause. Red Speed has processed over 500,000 citations across the state of Florida, more than all the other similar vendors combined, and mistakes will occasionally occur. They remain committed to transparency and accountability. They acknowledged the issue, took the ownership, and resolved it. Additionally, they have implemented new controls and fail-safes in their system to ensure that this type of error geographically cannot happen again. The other example was in Manatee County, also in Florida. Shortly after implementation, Manatee County underwent significant change in leadership. All the commissioners who had originally approved the contract were replaced, with the exception of the lone dissenting vote, who then served as chair. The county opted to terminate the agreement for convenience, not for cause. These two instances, Red Speed acknowledges occurred early in their expansion into the state of Florida, and some implementation and installation issues and mistakes did arise due to the compressed timeline. Since then, they've hired additional staff, refined their processes, and add significantly improved operational processes and performance. So they continue to support a growing list of approximately 100 satisfied local government partners who are successfully using their solution to dramatically reduce school zone speeding at no cost to the taxpayers. Examples of ongoing relationships in the state of Florida today are Hillsborough County, Miami-Dade County, Sarasota, Cape Coral, Fort Walton Beach, Gwinnett County, Georgia, and many more. Staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, through the Chief of Police, is that the commission approve this recommendation. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, do I have a motion to approve?
Sorry. Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I mean, I think everything was addressed that we asked for in 30 days.
Yeah, I stated that. Yeah, all of the, and I should have extended that. I apologize. Yeah, the specific requests that were made at the commission, the Red Speed met all that in the contract. Yeah.
Yes, now we can discuss.
Okay, there was a second?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I was going to ask Mr. Parks.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Greg Parks, Red Speed, 13,000 Laurel Hill Drive, Tallahassee. Pleasure to be here also. Thank you for having us.
In theory, I like the idea, if we're protecting kids, start before school, after school. It's the middle of school that gets me, because then it becomes about money, not about safety, in my opinion. In Panama City, I was looking at it, there's probably 4 schools maybe that during that time, traffic is going to be at a very high, Jinx, Palm Bay. Those corridors are going to have faster cars. But I look at like Cherry Street in the code. They're gonna mark Cherry Street, but all the loading and unloading is on Harris Avenue, and it's a closed road. You can't drive that. So I'm like, well, why are we going to open that up? And nobody's coming out, nobody's going to lunch out of the elementary schools. And so I asked, can we shut it down during the day? And I didn't ask the right question. I said, can you get data for us for 30 days, like real data, install it and show us where the biggest problems are? Or can we pick the schools that we want to leave on all day, like elementary schools? I don't think they need to be there. Is there a way to show us the data, real life, real data that we need that at this certain school?
Yes, it's a great question, Commissioner. First of all, the language of the law is permissive. It doesn't require certain hours. Those are the maximum hours that are in the law. Virtually all our customers do operate during the full period for reasons of their own choosing, of their boards. But yes, we absolutely can deliver real hard data. We're very data driven. You can't measure things. You can't make them better. You can't report back to the people we work for, which is you all. So we'd be happy during the 30-day warning period to gather all that data. It would certainly make sense, I believe, from all perspectives to enforce all day during the warning period, to gather the data and put the word out and bring back data for you to make a decision on whether it's 1 school, 2 schools, 4 schools, 11 schools. Yes is the direct answer.
I like the idea of a slow rollout. I'd love that report to include too, not just speeders, but the various speeds. And that's one thing kind of Pensacola does, which is showing like, hey, here's the top 10 worst speeders that we have, and people are just blown away. Like, what, 85 in a school zone? You know,
That's a great idea. Our customer Sarasota does that routinely with our support on their social media aspects.
because you'll hear everyone go like, I was just barely speeding and I was going to a doctor's appointment.
No,
You know,
that's a great, we love that idea. And it does surprise people, shock is a better word. And something that wasn't hit on a lot, but I think is important, as part of this effort too, at all our expense, we'll work with the department's PIO. We'll do custom PSAs here, interviewing principals, parents, children, posters at the school, banners, flyers home with the children. It won't be a surprise to anybody.
And with this current agreement, we're able to be flexible with saying like, okay, let's only do it during, during the reduced times of the school zones, and then we can later expand it if we wanted to.
Right.
Are we able to do that in this agreement?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And if one school needs it in a ward, but the other one two blocks over, whatever, doesn't, you're saying that we could pull that one out for all day?
Yeah, as I mentioned, yes, that's a good
Okay.
question. I might not have answered as well as I should have. It's permissive that, yeah, if you have, I believe you're looking at 11 schools, this is what the police department and staff had recommended. There's nothing to say you couldn't do 7, 4, et cetera. Yes, again, is the direct answer.
I think half are in my ward, so I'm going to be getting.
Well, and I don't think they want to have cameras and maintain cameras in places where no one's speeding either.
Right.
It's like,
What infrastructure is actually there? I mean,
It's one pole on each end. They're, I don't believe, invasive. It's a 15-foot pole. It has a cabinet on it, containing a speed detection device and a video camera.
okay. And a sign says.
And a sign is mandated by law, 500 feet ahead, 500 feet out, photo enforcement ahead.
And will they all be flashing lights with the?
Yeah, that is typically not something that's part of our standard offering, but I did listen, or I had someone listen for me, to your previous meeting, and we took note of the debate and your all's requirements. We did incorporate everything that was mentioned.
Greg?
Yes.
It's only on people that are speeding over 9 miles over. Is that?
11 over.
11 over.
Yeah.
11 over. So I think the real question is like, so I guess you can, I mean, I'm sure there's nobody here that goes the 5 miles over on the interstate. So that's not, it doesn't affect any of that. It's only people legitimately speeding well above what the posted speed.
You're right, Commissioner. 11 over, I think almost all reasonable people would concur is a serious problem, or a very liberal threshold.
You're just getting started, you're getting good.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify though, so there's already been studies done, and that's why these 11 schools are flagged, just for the record. There's already been identified as severe speeding
30
issues.
days?
I don't know what the timeline was.
I believe it was a 3-day study.
Yeah.
And the reason for that was, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
Part of the, I'm sorry.
Give me 2 weeks if we don't want to do 30 days. I'm just trying to understand more than a Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Well, I think we're going to get 30 days.
Yeah.
No, we're happy to do 30 days, because a 30-day warning period is required out of best practice. So we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or accomplish 2 goals during that period.
well, we certainly appreciate you listening to the concerns in the last meeting and adjusting the contract. I don't think this is the standard contract that they give everybody.
No, it's very favorable to you all, but we want to work with you.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Thank you, Greg.
I was going to ask when we want to do something subject to an approval after 30 days and execute it so he doesn't have to come back, or if we say no, it's like it's dead
We
anyway.
can cancel anytime.
Well, I believe we're not even looking to doing this until, I think, January 1, right?
That's about
Yeah.
the time it will take to go through the permitting and power acquisition.
We'll execute then.
Okay.
The contract?
Yes, but it has a 30-day termination.
Right, yes,
So-
yeah. Well, yeah, I read through that. I was just saying, so we didn't have to worry about getting that signed.
Well,
Us
just
approving it.
for clarification, we would need an executed contract to go
yeah.
through the process, but you have the termination
Yeah.
provision, so it's.
Yeah. Thank you for accommodating some of our wishes.
Yes, sir.
Or all of our wishes,
Yes,
actually.
sir.
I have a few questions, if I may.
Please.
So how often is the equipment, oh my gosh.
Calibrated is probably the word I believe you're looking for.
Yes, I'm sure you've been asked that before.
Yes, sir.
How often
Yeah,
is the
it's a good
equipment
question. State law requires annual calibration by an independent third party, which we pay for. Then it requires a monthly test, which we exceed, and we do that daily. So daily test, which exceeds the state law, and then an independent third-party lab comes in and independently calibrates it annually.
The daily test, is that a remote one or is there actually somebody out there?
It's automated.
Okay. So
And if it fails, it'll shut down within the system.
okay.
And that's all documented as part of the evidence package.
What I was getting at with that one is that there are people who will drive 5 miles an hour over the speed limit on the interstate and then get a ticket, but they get to go to court and say, like, there was no way I was driving 80 miles an hour or whatever, right? Because then the police officer then has to show that they calibrated the equipment properly. And if they didn't, then they lose the case, right? So in all of the discussion up here, y'all have just kind of assumed that the equipment would work properly every single time, right? And so my point is that you're going to get folks who are going to come to you and say, I was not speeding, and you're going to go, I don't know, maybe you were. You know, it says you were going 12 miles over, and then they're going to say, well, I wasn't even driving that day. Like, they didn't even leave my house. And there have been some instances in the past with not just Red Speed, with other vendors that have had this issue. And that's the conversation that I don't want to have with citizens.
What happens in that situation?
There were a couple different things there, I think. I'll try and unpack from there. That it is calibrated, and all that evidence is presented for your local hearing or county court, however the alleged violator chooses to request adjudication. There is also a video of the alleged violation, so the car will be on video going through there. And then I think the third question was if they're not driving. Was that the third question, Commissioner? That's specifically addressed in the law. This is vicarious liability. It's a non-moving violation. There's no points or insurance. Similar to a parking ticket in a handicapped spot, toll violation in Florida. But to accommodate that, the law, which I worked on, I mentioned I have a house in Tallahassee, that you can't fill out an affidavit and say I was not driving and say who was driving. You are responsible for your vehicle.
What if nobody was driving? What if that vehicle did not leave the garage that day?
Well, it would be hard to be in the video.
Yeah, and that has happened in the past. That's what I'm saying. There have been tickets that have been issued to people who were not driving at all, who did not have a vehicle outside of their house at all that day.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to contradict you or argue with you that.
It happened in Miami-Dade. It also happened where you had mentioned, I forget which one of y'all said it, that there was some tickets that went to the sheriff's department that they approved.
Right, and all those were actually violations, just the people in Palm Bay were fortunate that it was routed to the wrong department for review and approval, but they were speeding, and they were driving.
Okay, but I mean, what's wild is when I look this up on just Facebook groups from those areas, and it's pretty easy to find people who are adamantly against this kind of thing. I love the technology, by the way. I just don't necessarily like the implementation.
No, I respect your opinion. I do believe a lot of people don't want to be held accountable. It's part of the issue for that. But absolutely respect everything you're saying. And I will say the rounding errors if they are occurring.
But that's the tough part about this, right? It's that as soon as somebody gets a ticket, then it's kind of like, well, you probably shouldn't have been speeding is the automatic thought process, right? It's the automatic thing. We shouldn't have been speeding, right? Until it happens to you. And you're like, I wasn't even there. Like, I didn't even drive that way. Like,
There's a
that's
process
crazy.
for disputing water bills. How is this process different than driving to Orlando and going through these automated toll booths?
You voluntarily go through the toll booths.
You voluntarily drive through?
And I would say, these are good questions. I don't take any of these as flippant questions, that there's not really a safety risk for going through a toll, but there is quite a safety risk for going 11 over in a school zone.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as issuing a ticket and then disputing it, is there how is that process?
There's very well thought out adjudication methods. The alleged violator will have two choices. You can request a local hearing, which a magistrate will be appointed to go through a process that's self-funding, or they can, if they choose to go to county court, as with anything. I mean, you certainly have your right to adjudication. I mentioned we're very data-driven. We've operated nearly identical in Georgia for over 7 years now. Had about a year plus now here, again, with over 500,000 NOVI issues. We're seeing about 1% request adjudication, and about half of those don't show up. And you could argue there's various merits for that, but I would argue that it is because of video evidence, and people are kind of embarrassed to speed the school zone. Not that there aren't mistakes, but that's the data.
So how much out of the $100 ticket does Red Speed Florida LLC take?
$21.
$21?
Yes.
$21 out of the $100 ticket. Okay, so who owns Red Speed Florida LLC?
They were privately held.
Oh, and who owns them?
It's a variety of individuals, but private.
Well, the research that I've done shows that it's owned by Red Speed International.
That's not correct.
Okay, well, we can take a look at filings, but my point is that
I don't know what your point is. Don't look at me like I know your point.
Well,
you're looking at me. I'm waiting for your points.
So my point is Red Speed International is owned and it's headquartered in the United Kingdom.
We're not affiliated with Red Speed International. At one point, maybe a decade ago, we were, but we're not.
Yes, I guess my point is that if y'all are willing to give $21 out of every $100 ticket to a company, you probably should know where that money is going to go. That's all my point is. And you had brought up something, Commissioner Hughes, you brought up something earlier tonight about keeping money local. So I would just kind of point that out. If you don't know where the money's going, then you probably need to find out.
We could start a process where we vet every pump and paint manufacturer and
That's not an ongoing program, though.
asphalt, the zipper. Who do we buy the zipper from?
But that was
Do they have international ties?
That was a purchase, not an ongoing program that funnels money outside of the city.
See how it's any different.
Because it's a singular purchase versus an ongoing program. That's how it's different.
I don't get it.
Okay.
Any other questions?
If I may, just clarity, because I think Commissioner Granger did ask one clear point. I want to make sure that you kind of clarify. So let's say, so my wife, I'm going to use my wife as an example, not me. Okay, so she drives a Toyota Sienna van, and it's light blue, and there's a 5 in the license plate number. And let's say she is or is not, but maybe someone with a similar license plate is speeding and it picks up a 5, an S instead of a 5. And so we get a ticket at our house and she's like, wait a minute, we were out of town that day. Well, there's going to be a video or a picture, right? And the likelihood of, another similar color blue make and model with a nearly identical license plate is probably very low. So we'll be able to say, no, here's our vehicle, here's our registration. And I would think that ticket would be dismissed, correct?
Absolutely would, and a couple of other things. And again, not that mistakes can't happen. Nobody's perfect. But there are three verification processes before a notice of violation is mailed. 2 humans at Red Speed will verify it, and then a Panama City police officer will review it. So all those people would have to miss that it was a 5 instead of a B or not a Sienna or whatever. So there's a lot of fail-safes and processes in place.
Oh, so you're saying they would actually look at the registration and see that it doesn't line up? Like the license plate they took a picture of is maybe a gray, Jeep that Mr. Jones drives and not necessarily the Sienna that Ms. Hayes drives?
That is part of the verification
got it.
process,
Thank you.
yes.
Any other questions? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
What am I voting on? The contract
Yes.
subject to the 30?
Approve a contract agreement. 30 days
But
is,
that's not the motion. The motion is to approve the contract, but if we do that, there's no 30 days in that vote, right?
Well, we're going to bring back data after the first 30 days.
We can cancel.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. That's fair. Yes.
Yep.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
No.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sparks. All right, item 12D is consideration to approve the special event permit for Blood on the Bay event on October 31st, 2025, from 12 noon to 1 a.m. The next morning along Bayview Avenue, specifically at 1118 Bayview Avenue, sponsored by The Dive. This will require a road closure on Bayview Avenue from 11th Court on the south side to 11th Street. As background information for the Commission's consideration, it closes the application for the Blood on the Bay Dive, scheduled to take place on Friday, October 31st from 12 p.m. or 12 noon to 1 a.m. at 1118 Bayview Avenue. See Exhibit A for the application and the site map that's also on the screen. The event will include a Halloween party featuring a costume contest and live music, continuing until 1 a.m. The total special event fees amounted to $395, which includes a $250 security deposit, $25 application fee, and $120 for use of the electric panels. Per the police chief's recommendation, police services will be required with 2 officers assigned to work 2 7-hour shifts for a total of 4 officers. The cost of these services to the event organizer will be $1,302.00. Staff recommendation through the Chief of Police and the City Manager's Office of the Commission approved this. I did just say I did put this under the City Manager rather than under consent, just so y'all could make sure what we were voting on with the road closure. I did confirm that it is a DJ. It is not going to be the loud thrash metal that has sometimes caused some frustration by the neighbors. And I did check with some of the neighbors in and around the stretch, and they have no objection to this event. But it is a much longer event, all day long. I just wanted to make sure that the commission had full visibility into it, and also just to give myself and Commissioner Street the opportunity to hear from folks that might have concerns with it in the downtown St. Andrews Entertainment District. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, do I have a motion to accept?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Thank you for the extra diligence.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Call the roll.
And that high-quality map, too.
Yeah.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, item 12E is discussion of FEMA disaster recovery funding options, considerations, and long-term debt implications. As background information, approximately 1 year ago, the city submitted an errors and omissions for FEMA project worksheet, or PW 2202, related to the Panama City or the Downtown Marina Infrastructure Project. This included revised cost estimates and a request to increase the project's obligated funding. Recently, FEMA approved the revised cost estimate and obligated an additional $8.9 million for this project, including the total increasing the total obligation from $13.5 million to $22.46 million, just under our original request of $25.5 million. The significant increase has created an opportunity for the City Commission to strategically realign funding to support key priorities, including the Martin Theater rebuild project and potential funding projects on the downtown marina. The prior commission approved our current funding path using funds from 4 non-Section 428 FEMA projects to help fund the approximately $32 million Martin Theater reconstruction project. With the additional obligated funds, the city now has over $40 million allocated to this project, which likely results in approximately $5 million for use on the downtown Panama City Marina or elsewhere in the city with certain stipulations. For discussion, there are 3 funding options to consider, or the city can continue with the current path also provided. At the August 26, 2025 Commission meeting, the Integrity Group presented an in-depth analysis on 3 funding options, which will maximize the use of the increased FEMA funds while minimizing the amount of money that we will return to FEMA, and the Commission voted to bring this item back to this meeting today. Enclosed with this agenda item is a copy of those options again, which was further discussed at the virtual workshop on September 15th, 2025. City staff this evening recommends that the City Commission selects one of the 3 options that best aligns with the Commission's long-term vision with regards to the Martin Theater project and the downtown Panama City Marina. And I'll just point out, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, that Ms. Olivia Schmidt is here again from the Integrity Group, willing and able to answer any questions if you so have. Mr. Mayor, all yours.
Mayor, can I interrupt just a second?
Tell him no.
Since I have? Thank you. I have a housekeeping matter. We have a rule of procedure that predates when the mayor was here and also when Commissioner Hughes, that after 7 o'clock, we are to have a motion to continue the meeting for another hour or so. And I think it's almost past 7 o'clock, and it is past 7.
Do I have a motion to give us until 8:30?
I motion we get rid of the rule.
Right. Can we do that?
Can we do whatever we want?
All right.
Absolutely.
Motion to get rid of the rule?
Yeah.
Do you want a second?
I think, don't we have to extend the meeting first and then get rid of the
Okay.
That would be great.
I
Yeah.
motion we'll extend the meeting.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
How far are we extending this meeting?
1 hour.
Now you're.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'm gonna take that away.
I motion we get rid of the rule.
Second.
Any discussion on getting rid of the rule?
I'd like to get rid of the rule.
Okay, I see that point. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready 4:30.
Parliamentarian.
That was you.
We couldn't start this meeting until 5:01 due to a state law.
We will revise the rules and procedures with that current vote and
Right.
circulate that by the end of the week. Thank you.
All right, so now we're discussing the FEMA options, and are we hoping to build towards an option, a motion towards one of the options, is what we're trying
I'll
to
make a motion, we accept option number 2 that we discussed and apply the $5 million towards the downtown marina.
I second that.
Second, any discussion? No discussion.
Y'all got to ask Olivia something. She drove
Came
over
all
from
this way.
Pensacola.
Yeah, come on
She's
up.
kidding.
Let's give you,
She's
I'll
happy.
give you a couple questions. Name and address.
I want to put the rule back in.
I'll tell you what, you gave us so much information last time.
Yes, that means let's keep it short.
That's right.
I'm gonna be the.
I mean, a wealth of knowledge. It was great. Yeah.
So, name and address for the record, please.
Olivia Schmidt, 4021 Stefani Road, Pensacola, Florida, 32533.
Thank you. I have a question. So the only option we have to keep money on the marina without shuttering the Martin Theater is option 2.
Yes. Option 1 and option 2 are very much similar, so yeah, but yes.
Option 2 gives us the least amount to have to give back if we were to.
Yeah, they're very similar. One was just written with the idea that you would do something other than a marina project. And then option 2 was just focused on the marina. And so again, we've gone over the HMP thing. And not to muddy the waters anymore, hopefully get out of here in less than an hour. But the HMP is added on option 2, so it gives you the $117,000 added in. Depending on what you decide to do and whether or not those scopes of work are compatible, because if you don't do something that's compatible with the original HMP scope, then you would lose the $117,000 anyway. If you did something that is involved with the scope, but expand it to your new project, it could end up costing you $500,000 to do the additional scope, and it wouldn't be worth the $117,000.
Okay.
So.
Do we have to identify where we want to put that 5 million, like infrastructure
Oh, yeah.
and payment, and all, or do we? Okay.
Yeah,
Should our motion
so this
say
is,
that?
yeah, this is the first step. The next step, I mean, obviously, we would know what 2221 and 2202 would be going to, the Martin Theater. And so we have that scope of work's already been approved. It's already gone through environmental. That's good. It's moving. This will just give you a little bit of extra wiggle room on that project. But we would have to identify and submit a new scope of work for the other project.
So if we started tonight, we vote for option 2, then are you coming along this journey with us to advise on what we can and can't?
I mean, that's up to you guys, but yeah.
I didn't know if that was
certainly
already in the
will.
contract. is
Yeah.
my
Oh, yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
As long as I still work for you, then I will do whatever you need me to do.
And that's the expectation.
Yeah, that's what I was
Olivia would be here in Integrity Group, and there would be, to answer Commissioner Hughes's question, not tonight, but there would be a development of a new scope of work. And in that scope of work would be the identification of the improvements down at the marina. It would come back to you for approval before it's submitted to FEMA.
I have a question, and I don't know if this is in the point of order, or if we need to put it on.
address it to the mayor, it's fine.
If we need to put it on another meeting or something, but it has been advised to us, if we are going to keep the 2202, the new project that we have gotten the increase on, it has about $1.6 million, $1.7 million in HMP that will not be eligible because it's a marina scope and it will be on Martin Theater, that we remove the scope of that, the HMP scope of work with the intention of it moving quicker through the FEMA queues. That's what they have informed us of. I didn't want to even bring that up until we had made the decision to be
English on
there.
that? Because I just went, ooh, that went over my head.
Okay, so when the project 2202, the $22 million, it has a HMP project, or HMP scope of work on it for about $1.6 million.
And that's applied to the Martin Theater right now?
Well, no, it's applied to the downtown marina.
Okay.
Oh, hazard mitigation. the hazard mitigation project, the resilience and increase of, to make the property more resilient, they add on a specific, they do a calculation and certain things that they will give you money to make it more resilient. So maybe a bigger roof, changing the door, moving up your electricals. And there's a whole bunch of things that could go into it. I think in this one was concrete pylons. It was waterproof or salt waterproof conduit and stuff like that. So none of that scope of work can transfer to the Martin Theater because it's apples and oranges. And we would have to, I don't think you want to put concrete pylons in the Martin Theater. So, it's not going to be eligible for you to use anyway. And so FEMA has advised us to withdraw that scope of work, the HMP scope, and it would leave the project at the 22.446, but it would
Speed the process.
potentially, that's what they're telling us, it would speed it up. And
The
so
money regardless.
I know.
you will lose the money regardless.
Yes.
Unless you choose another option, with the option that you're talking about choosing. If you choose another option, maybe not. But if you go with that $22 million on the Martin Theater, then yes, you will lose that money anyway.
Just amend the motion to remove the HMGP or the
Well, y'all can vote on that other thing first. I just was going to ask that question.
Excuse me, isn't that already delineated here in option 2?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
That you will
Just say,
lose. I just need the approval to tell FEMA that we'll formally withdraw it and they can.
Separate, got it.
well, let's vote.
Covers it.
By taking option 2, does that
Yes.
take care of that?
No,
We
no,
address it?
sir.
No, she says we need to specifically say to FEMA, we don't want.
All right, so can I
No,
amend my
no,
motion?
but our parliamentarian is telling us it's included in option 2 already. The
I
staff-
mean, insofar, if you want it to be included, it can be included. Sure.
It's in.
Well, it's taken out there, but, okay, so I can formally, okay, I just want everybody to know that I'm going to formally send an email to
Yep.
FEMA that says, please withdraw our HMP from 22.
What I would state, though, is, once they pass this vote, confirming that what Mr. Zimmerman says is true, let me send you a letter to that effect.
Oh, please,
So
yeah,
you have
because
paper
yeah.
trail from us, yeah. So
I would do that
That letter
anyway.
will come from me and
Yeah.
Mr. Zimmerman.
I will do that anyway, yes, sir.
Awesome. Any other discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch? Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Item 12F. Thank you so much,
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Schmidt. Yep. Item 12F is report, discussion, and consideration of City Marina Partners Agreement for the downtown Panama City Marina.
Panama.
Mr. Zimmerman?
At the last workshop meeting, when you were discussing the marina grants, you also inquired about a report on negotiations with CMP. There is a letter dated September 16th that I sent to you, I believe, last Tuesday or Wednesday. And it talks about a couple of things, and it goes back to the motion that was made at the last meeting in July. And I attached the minutes of that as far as the way that it was captured in that motion. But in that motion, there was a request from CMP City Marina Partners to obtain approval to inquire to pursue the proposed Uplands development, and also whether or not the city would issue bonds that are conditioned on financing that doesn't negatively affect the city's future bonding capacity. We call it conduit financing, and things like that. And so this report is that, one, conduit financing is a legally available option for the city and CMP. And what that means is that the city revenues would not be pledged to support these bonds. The bonds would be supported by the revenues from the wet slips and the operator, but not the city. That is legally available. We met with our financial advisor, Mr. Tyndall with Hilltop Securities. They typically would cover you could issue debt on 70% of the cost of the wet slips. A lot of details to work out. Got to review the proposed expenses, proposed revenues, but it is a viable alternative. The second item is that the term sheet that is provided here by CMP is a comprehensive approach for the development of the entire downtown marina property, both the uplands and the marinas. So in that term sheet, there is a mention of a variety of things, but it includes square footage for upland development, a percentage of residential, 200 wet slip marina, site plans would have to be approved. But it's a term sheet. It just kind of goes through and gives short summaries of what a basic deal could be between the city and CMP. If the city desires to continue negotiations with CMP along the lines of the proposed term sheet, and I would back up and say that there is a draft lease agreement that governs right now primarily just the wet slips. It does have the draft has a concept of a right of second use for uplands, but it's primarily just the wet slips. So what is left to be done and PFM, who is the financial advisor that the city hired to do a review of the lease, that is what they looked at. That is what they reviewed. They have not reviewed any proposal as far as uplands or any share of revenues off of uplands. And that is something that if you'd like to pursue this, we would recommend getting PFM back in and to help us with that. They were willing to look at it before, but that wasn't within the scope because at the time, the uplands weren't actually being part of the lease. So if the city would like to continue negotiations with CMP along these lines, then I think there'd be a two-step process that the city could go by, similar to what we did with the City Commission did with St. Joe Company. There was a memorandum of understanding. It's a short agreement that talked about some basic deal points, but then most importantly, it set up a process for charrettes, a process for time periods for getting to the end of a lease agreement. A memorandum of understanding, it could be legally binding. The St. Joe agreement wasn't. Either party could terminate it at any time that they felt it was useful. Cooper Harrison is here tonight representing CMP, and I would like, and I think it would be appropriate, Mayor and the commissioners, for him to come up and make sure that I've characterized the term sheet correctly or anything else that he'd like to add toward that. But then, let's say that we came back with a MOU within 30 to 45 days, then see how quickly, if that's acceptable, then how quickly a formal lease agreement could be done. Right now, we're in this window of waiting for the engineering group that the St. Joe Company hired to do the design. And I believe that is scheduled to be done mid-February for the entire. So that gives us a little window of time if we work aggressively to see if we could get a full lease done approximately by the time the design is finished. Once, I believe, that lease, if that's the process, the city commission says, well, this is something we want to do. Then you go to St. Joe and you say, this is what the city commission would like to do. What do you think? Do you want to do it? Or do you have some other idea? There's no desire that that's the first time St. Joe has heard about it. There has been constant communication with St. Joe, and there will continue to be constant communication. So when they get something, if we go down this route mid-February, they'll already know what's in there, and we'll already get some feedback from St. Joe. But I know that CMP has actively talked with them, which city staff has encouraged that discussion, as well as City Manager Hayes, and me talking with their corporate counsel. So that's where we are, and I think it might be appropriate for Mr. Harrison.
Yeah, before we open it up to CMP, I'd like to make sure that, well, first, this is as an item that we added onto the agenda. And even as of last week, I thought it was on the agenda, but didn't actually make it onto the agenda just from a paperwork issue. And I remember on Monday, I said, I thought this was going to be on the agenda. I said, we're going to add it. And from the public standpoint, it looks a little odd. Clumsiness gets mistaken for other things. And so I want to reopen public comments to ensure that everyone who did get to speak on this item has gotten to speak on this item. So Ms. Dickinson would like to speak real quick. So come on up. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Judy Stapleton, 542 South Bonita Avenue, Panama City, Florida. First, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for putting a great deal of information out recently. I'm still trying to wade through it. My immediate reactions. I and others worked at one time to join with the city and make it a place where all of the residents could happily live, work, learn, and play, with a city for shopping, entertainment, and residential, a civic center to bring music and theater to enjoy, good businesses for the owners and employees, naval and Air Force bases, good schools, a technical college, 2 universities, various opportunities for play, especially water play. Promises of a foundation to build on. I cannot speak for all of us, but generally, I believe we did not see the marina as an extension for commercial district or for residential. We fought Sonnenblick and some who liked his design for that. We saw that as for being leisure, boating, things one would think of when we thought of a waterfront park. And yet, here we are, Sonnenblick 2.0. We have a lovely waterfront marina at the end of our downtown commercial district. We have many buildings and empty lots in our downtown commercial district. I don't believe that commercialization of the marina is our best use of that precious piece of land for the residents or for their visitors. It is not a wasteland, as someone called it. At the end of Harrison, it would not be if it were a waterfront park. Perhaps I've missed the decision about the uplands being included from the TDOT where. 75% residential, 225 residents. Lucky folks, best land in town. I would hope that the partners could find a way to profit on their investments for just a dock, the docks and the marina shop. I had hoped that the commercial development of our marina was not our alternative, not your choice. But I, and probably others, will feel we should have saved our time and our voices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect time.
Excellent.
Did anyone else want to speak who did not speak previously about the marina? All right, seeing none. We heard you earlier. Seeing none. Cooper, you want to come on up? Cooper Marina Partners is the new name for CMP. Cooper and his team is what I'm going to call him.
Oh, that's great.
He's even got a sport coat.
Yeah, he does.
He's serious.
Dressed up in
I put a jacket on today. Cooper Harrison, 101 Harrison. I don't know if we want to address the, and I'm just going to jump into the difficult, hold on real quick. The finance side of things. So do we want to talk about that, or do y'all have just open questions?
This is an interesting place to start.
Okay, so there's been some comments about we're just hunting around for the cheapest money. We're really trying to find a solution to pay for things that we were asked by the city, the commission at the time last year, to pay for. Parking, utilities, railing, lighting, things that everybody knows that the marina needs, promenade. And so we're trying to figure out a way to pay for those things and for everybody to not have to pay for that. The conduit financing is a good alternative or good option. The rates are same as any market rate, go to a bank kind of rate. The issue there is what's called debt coverage. So what they're asking for is 30 to 50% or 130 to 150%, depending on who you ask and how you describe it, of that debt coverage. That's going to be really hard for just the wet slips, to be able to pay for the wet slips, pay for the ship store, pay for the paving, utilities, lighting, railing, et cetera. And the numbers that we had told you guys, I think 62 days ago in July, it's anywhere from 25 to 30 million for all of those things in today's dollars. So that's the conduit financing. I'm happy to talk about that more if you'd like. I'm happy to jump into the term sheet. I'm happy to, whatever you guys would like.
I am interested in us exploring when they're able to get money, borrow money more affordably, they can pass the savings on to us and give us a better deal. So I'm personally interested in any TIF, CDD conversations, conduit. I think that's very interesting. And quicker.
So before we go down that route, that is where we started a year or so ago. Commissioner Granger had a great idea of this is a city asset. The city does have, it is a line of credit, and I'll kind of have to lean on Jan for that with the 150 million. But the city could kind of play banker, and y'all are borrowing money for X amount. I don't know what you're borrowing it for. I don't know what the term is. And we would pay, CMP would pay you guys back with a percentage, a quarter point. We didn't get that far, but that's another way the city could make money faster. And there's been some comments too about the timeline of the ramping up, all of the, essentially the date certain has really been a rubbing point of when the city will make money. The city is going to make money on day one from the taxes, and there's never been a gross receipts charge on the slips, so we'll be doing that for the first time at St. Andrews and for downtown. We have a ramp up period, and that's where that date comes into play. We don't expect to take that long. We expect 3 years once they're constructed. So the goal is to get permits. Well, I say not permits, submit for permits in February, have them by the end of next year, begin construction of slips 51 through 200. January, we'll call it for ease of use, January of 2027. That's the goal. And then there's the ramping up of that. So I don't know if you want to go into more detail of that or.
Well, and Cooper's done a marvelous job on Facebook, and Frey, going out and comments, explaining it, being kind to people who aren't kind to him. And so it really is unfair when people say they don't care, because they do. They're all from the community and they all do care, and, Bay High graduates and, all this stuff. And they have to look at it just like we do. I'd love a local partner. I got, on Thursday, I thought I sent you my post before I even posted. I said, here's what I'm going to post. You look at it and make sure I'm explaining this thing fairly, and you left comments on it, and I didn't want to be any surprises. But about Thursday or Wednesday, I was like, oh, the public doesn't even realize we're like literally talking about the Marina deal, and there's so much other turmoil happening in the world that they're completely distracted from it. And we haven't really brought this forward enough for people to know it was going to happen. Not strategically.
Yeah.
Just from our side.
Yeah, y'all talked about it Monday. Nevin and I had talked about it Tuesday. Whenever I first sent this term sheet to you guys, and I'm really sorry about that. I guess that's not on me to get on the agenda, but I hate that perception.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think it's that. We should have been putting out more. So I spent a lot of time on the phone this weekend, people calling me, and the questions they had were them asking me explain the deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't explain. They would say, well, why do they get 300,000 square foot of buildings?
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, I don't have the math.
Sure.
The PFM study, if you dig down into it, is all based on the estimate of the build of the marina that came from you guys.
Yeah, PFM and
And our job is to ask questions, even though we know you. But our job is to validate. The whole study is based off of a number that we haven't validated as a voting board. And I would be And fair enough, there's not even a plan yet for the marina. So the Gormans are estimating they built tons of marinas. They're going, well, how much does a car cost? You're like, well, a car could cost, and so they're trying to estimate the best they can. And the plans are coming. So there'll be, and even right now, we just voted on the option 2. We don't even yet know how we're going to spend that money yet. We haven't even talked about that. Is it railing? Is it promenade? Is it infrastructure? Is it what can we spend it on? How fast can we execute that? So there's so much blurriness right now. There's like a fog of like, where do we go? You guys are doing a great job going, okay, we can go this way or this way or this way. And I appreciate that. But I would much prefer us getting the plans, putting out for bid so we can establish what that number might be more than what they estimated. Yeah. But I want to put that number out when we know what we're going to build and say, what does this thing cost to build first? And then move into, and in the same time doing charrettes where the public can say, we don't want, my own mother was like, I don't want residential. And I said, well, why? And she said, people will feel like they own the place. And I'm like, I don't know. I kind of like residential on the marina. But I think the public needs to have their time because this is a decision that our great grandkids will be seeing, this is going to outlive all of us. And I need to be able to explain the why more. And I don't think it's even fair to them. We don't have an economic director leading this thing. And so it's kind of you guys going, what about this? What about this? What about this? And there's no one really leading this project. I would be in favor of having a P3 specialist come in and maybe leads this thing.
PFM.
Maybe that's what they do. I don't know. I'm up for an upland study. I just know I've never done a marina project. Yeah. This is a much bigger deal than I've ever even done my personal self. And I want to make sure it's fair to them and to the public. And I don't have those answers and I can't explain the deal currently.
Yeah, so to kind of address some of that, the 300,000 came from the John Anderson drawing.
Yeah.
Again, it's the assumption on the assumption. If this is the size of the building, then you can only put a room so big into that building. And so that's how we backed into that number.
Yeah.
And actually, and
the background on the drawing, there was I know an architect who is just fantastic at imagining spaces. He's helped me personally. The city's retained him to help sort of unstick these sort of situations. And I said, draw some stuff on the marina and tell us because I can't even envision what 250,000 square feet looks like on the marina. I was like, what does it even look like? And so he just drew some quick sketch. I had 0 revisions on it. We all had 0 revisions. They had 0 revisions. It was like, here's a sketch. And it was a starting point. And so, and I knew it would breed apprehension because immediately as a citizen, I would assume like, this is what's happening. And it was just like what does this number of square footage even look like?
Yeah, so the actual breakdown doesn't get to 300,000. It's 247,500. Averaging 1,100 square feet for the 225 units. Then there's a 10 to 20% for sidewalks, all the things to get to the unit. And then he has 27,000 for commercial. That doesn't include the T-Dock ship store, which our goal is to put it back where it was and where it's always been. And that's about 5,000 square feet. I think it's actually the same exact ship store as what is at St. Andrews. They just built the same thing twice. And so, I agree with the PFM thing. I mean, the numbers in the PFM to build the marina today are not what they were when we first talked to PFM 6 months or 10 months ago. So I don't see why they couldn't revive both ends, but.
The PFM had an 8% return and that only looked at all 200 slips, right?
Just the cost for the 200 slips and the revenue off 200 slips. So that's the other issue is the PFM report doesn't take into account an additional $7 to $10 million of hard sunk cost on us. So if you consider that, then it's a negative return of investment for 1.5 points.
So for the public's benefit, we have asked CMP to pay for costs that we typically would, all the infrastructure, the lighting, the rails, and they've agreed to it. Now that $5 million that we just talked about and voted on, we can apply that to some of that maybe, but that's non-revenue expense. So part of the reason for their ask is we're putting $10 million on them and saying, go build it, but you're not going to make any money off of it. So there's a give back.
That they then have to go build something that they then hope rents for the projection that they made years ago
Right.
and the build cost. So it's not like it's free money for them. They have to then go make the money and it might not make them money.
Yeah.
And everything they build
While they're doing
belongs to the city.
We're not
real estate,
charging-
building it is just the starting point.
So it's kind of like buying the car without the engine.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is.
It really is.
Yeah, it's,
Who does that?
They do.
Yeah, and in all fairness, again, we have no economic director. And as of a month ago, we didn't know we're getting extra FEMA money potentially. And that's a very, very complicated deal that we're like, hey, sure, go figure it out. And so this is their first stab at figuring it out kind of a thing. And so
there's two questions I think that aren't as deep as some of this financial discussion that I'd like you to address. One is that I've seen the very real concern that a lot of people have that if we partner with you on this and this moves forward, that they're not going to be able to use that marina as a public asset. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, it's going to be open to the public.
Okay, what does that mean?
So I can read verbatim the in the ground lease if I can flip through this lovely 100-page document real quick. But essentially, that everything is open to the public as what was open to the pad right now. So there's no gates, there's no pay to parking, there's none of that. If you want to go down and fish, you have to, I guess, get $1 to fish off the end of the marina or whatever the state statute is. It's open to the public.
So the next question is then, I guess there's been some concern expressed over if we wind up putting residential on the marina, that it will be the wet slips will be reserved for those people. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I understand that. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, it's not a buy one get one type situation.
Would you be comfortable putting that into a future contract?
Absolutely.
There's been some concern expressed about the ability of Panama City residents to afford what we build.
So that's a great question. The average 1,100 square foot apartment that I could find in the city is about $1,500 to $1,700. And then we felt like this was worth an extra $100. So we are expecting it to be about $1,800.
well, the counter argument is I can't afford a waterfront home personally. And so should we be helping someone build like subsidized housing on waterfront? I can't afford it. And even some of the projects I build, not everyone can afford them. It's just kind of what the market drives and the project costs.
Yeah.
I think more the concern is no one who's everyday Panama City could afford what is built down there, regardless of not just homes, but if we build entertainment, build restaurants, it's a waterfront venture, sure, but this is a community where many of us were raised being able to go to the waterfront and afford to be there.
Right. And that's the goal.
So you're saying only from the residential side, but the shopping and commercial, they can still do that and do that.
We've heard about it from the boating perspective as well, that what it would cost for someone who's got a boat in their yard that's too big to get a boat slip down there may not be affordable. So those are some questions.
By the time I came along, the Four Winds was already knocked down. So my entire memory of the marina was a bunch of private wet slips that I couldn't go on, and I could afford it because there was nothing else to do down there other than fish.
I remember the Four Winds.
Yes, I don't.
He's the young one on that.
Yeah. Actually, the drawings from 1976 had the Four Winds in the RFP or RFQ. It has the 1976 drawings of the Four Winds. And so it ends where Four Winds ends, where 9/11 Memorial is currently sitting. And then beyond that, on the water's edge, was the ship store and the office and all of that. So it was actually everything that used to be down there was all the way down there. And that is not our goal.
One of the concerns that Mrs. Stapleton had was Sonnenblick 2.0. What I remember, it was a bunch of, concrete and tall buildings.
Right.
Is that what you have planned?
No. The goal is not to have like an Alice Beach 2.0, not to take her thunder on the Sonnenblick 2.0. The goal is to have a connection between the existing Panama City downtown community. There is, whether you like it or not, there is a gap between, we'll call it Beach and Harrison, to the marina. Now, do you call it Harrison's Restaurant? Or do you want to connect further? In the drawing, there is a restaurant on the T-Dock. The goal would be to have all of that feel like downtown. So real quick on that, too, the height limit for, in the zoning and in the comp plan and everything is 125 feet, same as St. Andrews Towers. Our proposal, we would have a pad, and it's in the John Anderson drawing of, I think it says parking deck, that roughly would be 80 feet height limit. And then most everything else we are proposing is 45 feet. That doesn't mean we're going to go put a giant, to your point, like a giant box at 45 feet. And then everything beyond Harrison's is under the St. Joe city agreement, and it's under 35 feet.
So I have some questions because, I mean, Alan, what you first described, I learned more about this project from your Facebook post than I have through the 60-day process. And so this is actually my first time to ask questions to Cooper and this team. So I want to add, you talked about the conduit financing and the city providing a lower lending rate. I would put those into two categories. Like, are you talking about conduit financing or are you talking about sublending? Because those are two very different,
That's a good point. It was all conduit financing.
Okay, so no sublending has been proposed.
That's right.
Or
The city is not the
consideration.
backstop. That's correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's why I just wanted to clarify that.
That's a good point. Yes, sir.
The second thing is CMP interested in building and operating 200 slips with financing without Upland's improvements?
How long is the term? What is the financing? What is the schedule, the rent schedule? And we're not saying
I would say very similarly to how St. Andrews lease was
So
done.
the St. Andrews is different, I would say, because we're doing a cost plus. So we're actually capturing some of it would be like, we can't do it for the FEMA deal, but we would do a cost plus for the public improvements that are needed on downtown. So we're capturing some of that as revenue to be able to subsidize the building cost of the slips at St. Andrews.
Okay.
That's how that deal is papered out for us.
So are you saying that the marina itself is not financially viable without the subsidy?
No, so what I'm saying, where I'm not saying no as far as entertaining just the 200 slips, I would need to know the rest of the deal. Because if you say, go do 200 slips, you have X amount of years and you don't have to give the city $1, then that's a pretty good deal. Or is it 6%? Is it 5%?
I would say exactly how it is in St. Andrews.
Yeah.
So those terms have already been like.
So then what is the equivalent in this deal to St. Andrews, the cost plus 20 for the bulkhead deal? What would be the equivalent?
The fact that there would be no bulkhead to complete, it's already done.
No, what I'm saying is we're capturing the 20% of revenue.
If I may, I think your question is more of on the wet slips, the terms just on the wet slips.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that paper out is what you're saying? Yeah, and us do nothing else? I mean, yeah, I would think so, yeah, as of right now.
Who pays for the 10 million non-revenue stuff?
Everything.
Us?
Well, that's to be established.
I think that's a separate question. I think part of the reason why this was so complicated for me to even kind of get my mind around is we're layering Upland's improvements with the slips. Slips are amortized at a certain rate. Buildings are amortized at a different rate. We have lease structures that are required in financing for Uplands. We have financing structures that are required in slips. And trying to blend all those together is creating this complicated formula. It's very difficult to understand.
Well, it makes it complications make it risky for them too.
And I don't fault you guys in that. What I'm trying to do is like, hey, can we simplify this to a point that, hey, we can either have a deal or we can't, so that ultimately we kind of have clarity with that. I think the objective that I set out in the RFP when we originally said was, let's build the slips, get a ship store, and start doing fuel. That's an operating marina.
Right.
Is there a path to doing that specifically without Upland's rights?
And you want to terminate the exploration of Upland altogether right now? Not
Right now, yes.
I'd like to stick with our term sheet and for us to navigate that.
So you're saying, what does that answer?
I would like for us to, if y'all are okay with the PFM and proceeding with PFM, I'd like to do that first. Let's go
You'd like
down
to
this.
continue down the road of
Yes, sir.
that?
Well, we had PFN come report that, to your point, is based off of their numbers, that says that it's not economically viable.
Right.
Right? So.
Based on the number they.
It's like a 0.5%.
Yeah.
But it may not be, what to Alan's point is it may not be the actual number.
Understood.
Yeah.
Those-
No,
Because it's also, and it's not fair, when you change assumptions and on assumptions, it becomes more and more risky and
Yeah.
it's
But
hard
with all
to
due
deal.
respect, it doesn't matter what it costs because it's not our money, it's theirs.
Yeah,
I mean, to that point, why does, if it's gonna
Well,
cost
it
$1 million?
does, because we want them to be successful as partners. And so like, I mean, you never enter into a partnership where one partner is put at a disadvantage of potential failure.
But they ought to be
That's
more
not good for
concerned about
them.
that, shouldn't they, than we, or how much it costs?
No, because what if we only get 50 slips and we don't complete the rest? I mean, like there is an aspect of, yes, you need to know that you can get through the full.
Yeah, well, I'd say if we're opening a restaurant and we're gonna all put in capital contributions, I'm gonna know how much you put into the deal.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I said, hey, I don't wanna know what you put in the deal, I'm just gonna trust it that you put in an equal amount than me, but don't tell me how much you put in there, it doesn't matter, it's not my money.
So I'd say two things. We have a format with the St. Andrews lease that has been executed, and we have that. I understand that there's some slight differences from where you guys are in that one. But maybe we need to look at it in a different way than what we did with St. Andrews. I personally have not looked at, other alternatives in this, but the 5 million definitely helps reduce the overall amount that would even be required in additional expenses. So I think the danger in continuing with Uplands is I don't know how to explain what we're doing. And you got 300,000 square feet that's out there. It doesn't matter what we do, a Judy or, a Joe or anybody is going to be questioning like, hey, I thought you guys were building marina, but now you're developing the whole thing. And I'm not saying I'm anti-Uplands developments. I just think it should be a separate conversation from the slips.
So it's right now it's performance based, so we have to build the slips before we can even apply for a development order for the upland.
Yeah, I had the same concern. That's why I wanted that in place.
Yeah. But I think it's still, what I saw, at least from one of these, and I don't remember which document it was, you get 100,000 square feet at 50 slips. What if there's no absorption to the 100,000 square feet? Well, then what happens with the other 150?
Then they don't build any more.
They don't build any more slips, so
No,
we
not
still get a
slips.
half.
100 square feet, 100,000.
But there's no requirement to build the 150.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
There is. They have to build those.
Yeah.
What you may not get is the upland, but you're gonna get the
marina. We're not required to apply for the upland.
So can you define what the 100,000 square feet is?
Yeah, we can. I mean, well, and that is kind of the goal too, is ideally in the agreement, it would spell out these zones are these heights. This is our first pass was 75 to 25 of mixture. You can tell us what color to paint the walls. I mean, if we could put all of this into the agreement. There was a comment about the type of roofing material that can be in this agreement.
And all that's done through.
All that is done through.
Public.
All that's done through the public. Absolutely, that is the framework is in the long-term agreement, and then we can't apply for a development order until the slips are completed, like CO. So we have tenants in the slips. During that time, the construction timeline, the goal is to have the public charrettes, which we've been open to since the beginning, since our RFQ submission, and we want all the public's involvement as well as the market study and the numbers to back it up.
So Cooper, how do we identify what even the revenue share would be on Uplands in a lease agreement?
Yeah, so what I did was if you were to throw that, use the same schedule for the 225 residential units at $1,800 per unit per month, the commercial space, which is at 27,000 square feet, and there was a triple net leased number that I was able to grab that for downtown. The yearly revenue for just the upland is 5.7 million. 6% of that goes to the city, which is $343,188.
That's general fund.
So let me ask the question in a different way. So rents are $1,800. A 6% revenue share, that means the city off of a resident that's down on the marina is getting $100.
So if you want to go further, the ad valorem off of what we're expecting the value of this structure to be is the value is 63.5 million. The ad valorem rate at 4.799 is 405,000. So we could have 0 tenants and y'all still get 405,000.
So in a typical land deal, if you were doing a land lease on a waterfront, would a land deal typically be 6% land cost of the overall deal?
Good question.
And I think those are the pieces where,
But that's
like, we could
that's
spend a
the
lot of time doing this.
I mean, that's like asking, it's going to be 6% on 30 acres up here, but it's going to be 10%. That's not its location.
So I guess where I'm struggling with is like, okay, hey, look, we got Port St. Joe. They had a marina that was damaged after Hurricane Michael. They rebuilt it in 2020 using public-private partnership. I don't understand why it always comes down to more and more uplands to get a marina rebuilt. That's where I'm struggling with it because I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, I had the
Bay Point's another example.
Why don't you see it happening? Do you have something that says these guys aren't going to do it?
No, it's when the public says, why is this deal any different than St. Andrews? I don't have an answer.
Well, because you can't, because y'all got annihilated trying to build on St. Andrews Marina. But you can't, here's why. When they opened up and built the downtown marina, you know what they put on it? Commercial. To pay for the bonds.
I'm not saying there shouldn't be some commercial usage down there, but I'm just saying, why does it have to be tied to the slips?
Well, because if St. Joe gets a shot at every time, so they're three projects now into it, St. Joe can come in on the third time and say, oh, we like that idea. Thanks for doing all the work. We're going to take over. That is a valid concern that I would have if I'm on that side. So you ask St. Joe one time.
So we want to cut out competition.
No, would you rather St. Joe come in on the halfway down and take over?
I would rather have something I can explain to the public of what we're doing.
Okay, you can do that. You draw it up and you say, here's what we're going to do. And you say, St. Joe, do you like the idea? They then can say, yes, we want to do the whole thing. Thanks, group, CMT, see you later. Or, no, we like this. We really think it's cool that there's some local people live here in Panama City that want to do it. Either way, it gets done, but they get one bite at the apple more so than three, because I think what the mayor had put out, there's like 5 or 6 different breaks. On break 5, St. Joe could show up and they have no recourse.
And why do they deserve that right?
Because
they built a marina
it's in the
for us?
lease.
I get it, but they haven't, what have they done? Again,
Spent $35 million.
and again, they did the same thing on the St. Andrews Marina and they didn't get all the uplands there.
So who deserved it?
Hold on, yeah, on the St. Andrews, we do have the development rights. It's just, it somehow got cut out of the recent zoning change over there. So we do have the development rights there. We would have to go through a comp plan amendment to change it to St. Andrews Downtown or whatever it's called, and then apply for a DF. And that, it's 4 meetings to get something done down there, whereas here, we're suggesting 3 meetings, plus all the public charrettes.
Would you be open to doing public charrettes without an agreement signed, but knowing there's some framework that we've agreed on?
They don't have to be involved in our charrettes at all.
Yeah.
We lead this process. This is our marina.
I know, but I'd like the public to ask them questions.
They can be there. They're welcome to be there.
Yeah.
We should be paying for the charrettes. We should be leading the charrettes because this is our job, is to protect the marina and the citizens.
100%.
I mean, that's the unfortunate situation. It's too complicated for me to vote on. It's too big of a term sheet to have no pictures. I just can't explain this to the public well enough to be able to say, this is what we do. And this is non-binding, but this is an agreement. It's like an engagement letter, like, hey, we're getting engaged.
Well, it would be, yeah. To me, complicated is hard for me to swallow because you're going to build slips, you're going to build up. I think where you are, Commissioner Street, is I want to know more about the upland. Well, if I'm going to do a subdivision, I can't tell you what house is going to go on lot 64. But I can tell you there's going to be a house that's got so many square feet, okay? And so they have to go, right now today, all of us can go form a company and go to the city and say, we want to build a tackle shop. We can do that. And we have to go to St. Joe, they say, okay, then we have to go into the development owner, all that process, just like they're going to have to do. They're going to have to be so public, everybody's going to know what's going on before it happens. They have to go through the same development. They're not going to be able to skip the process. So there's 2 things.
But if we go lease the whole thing, Robbie, like, we don't have the right to do anything else. Like, I mean, So is it the pad that you're concerned about? Is it the square footage? Is it the intensity? I think 2 things that I'm concerned about. One is we went out to RFP for a marina and we're getting a lot more upland than we are.
It said you can do that.
And so
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to it. It's just when, if this was, we're going to do a bait and tackle store and the ship next to the ship store, I'd be like, no, okay, all right, but this is it's a lot. And I can't explain a lot well enough. And I think we should be leading with drawings and leading with, hey, the public's input versus them reacting to a term sheet with two little sketches. It's just not enough public input. And we entered to the deal, like the public wants to see slips. So that's why I want to focus on the plans, a quote to build. We may decide to do a land lease that then finances the build of the marina. And then we just choose a management company.
I'd really like for the city not to have anything to do with that down there.
It's clear in this agreement, we have nothing to do. We're moving forward at a rocket
The
pace.
commission did a great job. The last, y'all did a vote that had, we're gonna get 2 paid-for buildings and the possibility of 2 completed marinas, and we're not spending our money.
This is the simplest deal to activate the marina, no doubt. The fastest, this sets us down a path, 100%. But I need to have, it's too foggy. I need more clarity, is my personal opinion.
Clarity on what is my.
On what's being built, what the public wants to see on that marina.
Okay, we need.
It's uplands. I don't think there's really any question about
My first shot at this, I was like, can we have, next Friday, I want to have a meeting, and that was like 2 months ago. I mean, we need the public's input, 100%.
So my hope was at the end of 60 days, we see verified financing. This is what we're doing. This is how much it's going to cost, and this is where we're going to go. And then we're in public charrettes for people to give input on what those upland improvements would be. Like, that was what I had hoped. Now, that was maybe an unrealistic expectation, but I do know that these designs are going to be done here in the next month and a half, 2 months, and we need to be ready to build a marina. Are we going to have every question answered the uplands? Probably not in 2 months. And so that's where I'm like, hey, like, can we get a structure that is based upon the, and I'm okay talking about uplands improvement, but just in a way that's easier to absorb.
Okay, we wouldn't do uplands until next, like a year now. So you're right. It gives us the opportunity to say, we're going to build these. We know we're in agreement with that. And while we're doing that, we work with y'all on the upland. I don't think we need the agreement all together at one time. We need a
Robbie, what's
memorandum.
happening even today is you've got people that hear residential units on the marina. Well, their immediate reaction is, well, the slips are going to be private to those residentials. If you cannot define what it is, people's mind goes to the worst case scenario.
You're 100%
And
correct.
that's why I'm saying we can do this in a way, like going through the hotel process with St. Joe. People knew there was a hotel. They were able to look at it. They got to see some visuals. And if you look at the visuals that were presented in the public meeting prior to the approvals, it ended up looking exactly the way that they proposed. And I think that there's a way to do that doesn't feel like, oh, hey, you're signing off on something the size of Pier Park. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but it's not exactly fair to them.
To get pictures of the
They can get
marinas
second
that they've done,
refusal.
so that they can be out.
But my point is that it's not exactly fair to them if we're not going to say that, yeah, we're willing to talk to you about this.
Which is why I keep going back to, we need to look at something that's on the slip, store, and fuels. Like we need to look at something like that and create another conversation. And they can go concurrently, but not trying to fold them into an agreement with slips, is what I'm saying. And the second right is another way of handling it, is like, hey, you can come and propose at any point in time. I mean, I've even communicated to staff, I would love to work with CMP just on uplands improvements themselves. But I want to make sure we get the slips built, because I don't want to be sitting here. I mean, guys, think about how long it took us in St. Andrews, and we're still not done with 50. And so the idea that, like, hey, in December, we're going to get this and there's going to be slips, it's going to take time. I would rather not have, 100,000 square feet undefined in that same process. And I don't think we have to.
The drawings aren't going to be done until February, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was December. I saw that was the time.
This first 50?
The first 50.
The first 50. Yeah. So, which is the only thing we have permits for currently.
Currently.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So we could be ready to construct something with the drawings in December.
Yeah, I don't know if that includes the 50, the upland portion of the 50. So we can have sticks in the water. I don't know if we can power or get water to them. I don't know if that's included in the design.
Why are you behind in St. Andrews?
Yeah, so that's self-inflicted, and I don't know if I sent a letter to you guys
Yeah,
to the
you
city.
did. And
Yeah,
I've explained that, MEP, a couple
Yeah.
things like that were causing some
Yeah,
delays.
we were running so fast at the first 50, we designed the electrical for 50 slips, and then realized that those same panels needed to power 100 more slips. So we had to redesign our electrical. And in the middle of that, it wasn't the tariff cost, it was the tariff frenzy, and everybody started to buy these panels. And so the delays went from 5 weeks to 20 weeks. So I think we have a solution. I can't tell you right now that it's been ordered and it's done, but we will have docks with the tread and water ready by December 1st.
And Cooper, understand, like, hey, we're in partnership. Like, there's nothing going to change that. Like, we're here and we're in partnership. I don't want to see you guys in a place where you're overextended in both commitment or a spot where we can't answer questions that the public is asking us. And right now, we're in that point of tension. And I would love for there to be a way for us to resolve this and not have to have an uplands conversation with the slips piece. Because I think you guys can be a great partner on the slips and marina operations. I really, truly do believe that. And you may be a great partner in uplands. I just don't know that they need to be folded in together, is really where.
And the conversation I'd like to have with the public is, unless we're willing to borrow money and make moves within staff or raise taxes, or we have to have the conversation of if we're going to pay for the marina wet slips to get built, or we give them uplands as trade. It needs to be a clear A-B conversation.
Yeah,
Right
there's a
now, I
trade-off.
can't explain the
Yes, sir.
A-B. And then the other conversation is with the FEMA money, how do we use that money to bring clarity for the deal on both sides, where they're not going, well, who's doing this and who's doing that?
Yeah, right now we don't know cost.
Yeah.
And I think that there is a way for us to get some more defined cost and things too. I think your idea was a good one. And
PFM?
And then, PFM and potentially of bids of construction stuff.
So I have a question. If Indigo wasn't there, and we were going to do uplands, and we built the city hall, the library, and the civic center, and built the buildings down the boulevard, would you be okay with that? Like it was when we grew up, would you be okay with that?
I don't think that's the point.
I'm defining what's on the upland. That's what I'm trying to get. We don't know what's going to be there. We just know, but those are those are some big buildings, there's some low buildings, but we know what's there. I'm just trying to understand what the angst is,
Well,
because
my angst is this.
I've never thought about it that way, Robbie.
My point with moving forward with the public may say, gosh, you know what we'd love? We have to have a fishing pier. We have to have a splash pad. We go, cool. Who pays for it? Or an aquarium. Who pays for it? We may say, oh, we can't pay for it. Or maybe we decide, or we say, if you want a fishing pier or some other thing, they're willing to pay for it. But we're going to have to give them more of the dirt. Right. And so we can have that because the public may say, gosh, I wish you'd asked us if we wanted to have a X, Y, or Z thing. And they're willing to do those things.
they're going to get asked that. But so far, every negotiation that I've been in since May, we have not agreed to pay $1. We've asked them and they keep saying yes.
Well, we did 5 million today.
Well, yes, well, that's not even out of our, but they've agreed to say, they say yes every time. And our job is to put the dirt in there and have a lease on it that gets us money back, in my opinion. That's where we should
So
focus.
a great example is like, let's say there's a $2 million grant. Let's say we take this out and we figure out, hey, we're $2 million short from the uplands improvements that we need to do on it. Well, we could look at the uplands and saying, what do we need to do to get $2 million of value to offset those costs? It's like, there's a way to do it in a much smaller way without having to bite, $80 million. And I think that's the piece where there is a way to get there, but big deals oftentimes fail because of the complexities that are in them.
So we started this with an RFQ or an unsolicited proposal?
RFP.
RFP.
Yeah,
So we
it
issued an
was
RFP for marina and slips.
correct.
Okay, but not the uplands in our original RFP.
There was discussion of the uplands because there was a discussion of the St. Joe.
But was it an
agreement.
RFP we put out?
Yeah. Was it a specific ask for the uplands? I meant to go look again this afternoon. I do know that the uplands were discussed, whether or not we specifically asked for a proposal.
Yeah, in the description of the property that was to be proposed was Marina Uplands.
Yeah.
The term. Yep.
But we didn't specifically ask for construction on the uplands. Because that, I don't
Well,
understand.
how about this? This might help bring some clarity.
I feel like I'm like getting a little crazy because I'm like, I don't remember like going out and asking for,
Right.
you know.
There's the same
guys-
language as St. Andrews and how we ended up with the hotel. So Marina Uplands.
The, what I interpreted anyway, what the instructions were, was to come back and the draft of the lease that we've worked on, it was, here is the wet slips, how all that works and all, and then a right of second use on the uplands, which would give the Marina CMP a right that's different and greater and a first right, except for the St. Joe right of first use. So the way that would work is that CMP could come and they could say, well, we want to do a restaurant. And this is where we want to have it. This is what it's going to look like. And here's the revenue share. We then say, thank you very much. City Commission, you want to do that? Yeah, man, that's good. So then we go to St. Joe, and St. Joe says, I think it's great for them to go do that, whatever that use is. No other party, no other third party in the city would have a right to, trump what CMP has proposed. If St. Joe says, I pass, I think they ought to go do it. Now, since then, CMP has been concerned or has raised the possibility, well, if you do it piecemeal, then, as things succeed, well, then maybe it's not equitable to them. So they started talking about, well, what if we do a development agreement that plans the whole thing? And that is where this, generates from. But the original concept was that, yes, we could deal with the uplands, but the way that I had proposed dealing with it was a right of second use. Not saying that's the only way to deal with it, but that was trying to shortcut. We don't have to have the uplands discussion quite yet.
So what I do like about that is like, in the same thing in St. Joe, regardless of what people think and feel, St. Joe can't tell the city what we can't do. And so, but if we go and ground lease the entire rest of the marina, like we're ultimately removing ourselves from the conversation of, hey, we may not want this to happen. And so, and that's the piece that I'm like, there's going to be 300,000 square feet, regardless of what we think, if the measurables are met and the performance measurables and those kind of things.
That's not this contract, though.
So explain.
So it's not a guaranteed 300, that we're going to build 300,000. Our goal is to be able to cover the public improvement costs that y'all have asked us to do. And
so if we take that off the picture, if we take that off the table, we're not asking you to make the public improvement costs.
We don't
We're
have-
strictly,
so you don't want any uplands at all, is what you're trying to get at. You want a very simple agreement, but it's still complicated in the sense of you want to entertain the potential financial options for the wet slips.
yes, I think we still should be more than available to you guys for financial options that are on the slips. What I'm trying to do is, we can't define what the uplands is, but we can define what the slips are. We can define what a ship store is. We can define what fuels is. That's easy to go back out and tell the public, this is what we're doing. But when we start adding in undefined things, is where it becomes complicated. Yeah.
What's undefined, is it the commercial space that has a clothing store, or is it a commercial space that you don't know what it's gonna be?
Our
You went all the way
citizens
down.
knew there was going to be a hotel and
Commercial
restaurant.
space. Yeah, it's gonna be a commercial space. They're gonna do commercial and residential.
Robbie, our citizens knew before construction thing agreements were executed that there was going to be a hotel and restaurant.
So why not do that process?
Okay.
Why not do that process to get from A to B on whatever the in the example was a hotel and a restaurant, right? So they don't know exactly what they're going to, they're just asking for square footage, right?
We didn't even.
So the idea here is that what if, to get from A to B, where you're talking about, we do that with the public's involvement, right? Like very, very publicly, so that, but they have to know that they're going to be able to build X amount of square footage, whether that's up, whether that's out, whatever that looks like is defined by the public.
Right, but they're asking to build 300,000 square feet because they're doing things that we haven't even defined yet of what they're actually doing, like the infrastructure and the railings.
we don't have any costs
We don't
on that.
even know
We
what
don't
those
really
things
know.
are and how much they are.
But if they're putting all of the money into it,
Doesn't matter.
then it doesn't matter how much it costs.
Yeah.
If it
It does,
It
because we're
does.
giving them land in trade for the thing that they're going to do.
we're asking
They're
for
going
an
to
end
improve
product.
our site on their dime. Why does it matter?
It's like a black box, right? Like we're asking for an end product.
So you have a whole calculation of returns. You have a whole calculation of like, are you actually getting the value of the property for that? Let's say we go through this and, we can do all the uplands improvements that we need to do for $5 million. Well, now there's no ask. Why are we going to give away rights to the uplands if there's not any contribution for that? Does that make sense what I'm
This is
saying?
based on the revenue coming in off of the upland. We have that.
But we don't know what that usage is to even know what the revenue should be. Like,
Define usage. I'm gonna put a condo over here, I'm gonna put an apartment, or I'm gonna put a 1,200,
great
a bunch of
example.
1,200.
I'll give you a couple examples. So let's say it's a retail space. Retail space, we're going to get revenue off merchant fees. We're going to get sales tax. We're going to get those kind of things. And so there's an additional revenue model that could be laid overside a retail space versus a residential space, where if it's homesteaded, we might not get anything on property taxes. If it's in a TIF or a CDD, it might give us nothing on property taxes again, and we may end up with 6% of an $1,800 a month apartment. So these are the kind of questions where you have to know the use before you can get to a revenue model. They can't go borrow money without knowing what you're going to build.
They're borrowing
And-
money for the slips, and your letter said y'all are funding yourself on the upland. There's no loan, is what I think y'all
Yeah,
said.
we're not asking out for money for the upland.
That's all out of their pocket. So we're
But I understand where you're
focused on
getting
something
at.
that's
Yeah,
not
and
there.
the other thing too is residential, I think what it sounds like is everybody assumes this is like a year-to-year lease or something like that. If y'all don't want a year-to-year
Could be
lease.
short-term rentals, and then it's a completely different
Yeah,
calculation.
and I think that, yeah, and so, but that's where we get a little nervous too. We still, I mean, no matter what happens, is this St. Joe cloud over our head, right? And so we can whittle this thing all the way down and the deal could be so bad. That's the reason why St. Joe doesn't want to do it. So it's kind of two sides of the same coin, if that makes sense. The other thing too is, and this is the first pass of the upland has what's his name? John Anderson drawing. That has no input from anyone. That is
No, I mean,
yeah. And so my goal would be my goal would be if y'all are okay with it, PFM come back on board for Upland and Waterside, and then they are married at the hip to y'all and us through these public charrettes until the first 50 are ready to be constructed. That gives us 90-ish days till the end of the year, or through February.
Okay, Cooper, I want to say this, and I want to say this to the rest of the partners. We're in partnership together. I love you guys. I want to continue in partnership together. I want it to be a good relationship. I do want to be very transparent that we could go through this process and there could be no uplands improvements that come with it. And it could be a 3-2 for uplands.
We might decide to.
I don't know that. I do know that there is a comfortability and a completely, I think, united front on doing a partnership on the slips, a ship store and fuel. I think that is there. And I know that there's a desire to continue down this path on uplands, but it is complicated and it's going to raise a lot of other questions. And it's also going to get the community wanting to understand what it is too. Maybe you're successful in that, but I don't want to leave in a bad scenario in that. So just so that's kind of.
And that's a good point. That plays exactly into what we've done for 7 years. November 2018, CMP, part of us landed on the marina, came up with a plan to build the marina back within 6 months. February of 2019, St. Joe came in and the partnership wasn't quite formalized, but the hotel deal had been put out there, February of 2019. Then the deal comes out and St. Joe, that has kind of all the control right now if a third party were to come in, only had to do the upland, and the city had the requirement to do the marina. Matter of fact, the city has the requirement to build the marina before the hotel even opened. So with all that, and then there's been the Sonnenblick things in the past and everybody else, prior to the hurricane, we've split, we've split the marina before, slips only, and tried that and it failed. We split it to where the city was going to use the revenue from the upland from St. Joe and build the marina. That so far has failed. We are trying to unite everything back together, and that's how we ended up here.
Is maybe a suggestion to see if there's some commonality that we could move forward, so we don't go away and 2 weeks later we pick it back up.
Yes. PFM?
Yeah, one is, we did talk with PFM initially, and they said, don't you want us to study uplands uses? And that really wasn't within the scope at the time. And so they have done that throughout the state of Florida, where, and we heard it from Owen Baisha's group too. It is typical for marinas and public marinas to make everything work with upland uses. Not that you can't make it work without them, but that is more typical than not. So we could go back to PFM, see if we could get them re-engaged and start looking at the uplands uses. Meanwhile, we do have an obligation to build the marina in our lease with St. Joe. There's no question about that. And so what I have learned through this process is that there's a hesitancy to do any uplands development piecemeal, like one pad at a time. The hesitancy is not to do that, but to do a global plan. And then when it's shown to St. Joe, that would be shown as a global plan, and then they could make a decision, is that really, do they want to do that? But that requires some specificity, and that requires time. And I will say that months ago, when we started this process, I was trying not to go through that. I don't know if there's a way, but we could explore it before the next meeting to come up with a way where we could try to make a lot of progress on the marinas. And then also, if there was some way that CMP would be comfortable that they have a first seat at the table, if the city commission, after it goes through a charrette process, because I heard that tonight, this is a process that would be controlled by the city determines what it wants to do, and then it looks over to CMP, who might be out there building the 50 slips, and say, do you want to do it? And can we come to an agreement? I don't know if that's attractive to CMP, but that's who we'd look to first. And if this idea takes root, and then CMP would make a decision, well, yeah, we do want to do it, we don't. Now, that not knowing that they would ultimately want to do and would be awarded the uplands will influence the agreement on the marina. So the marina deal would be probably negotiated not knowing that there would be any rights to do the uplands, but it would have to sit on it by itself. I don't know if that would work or not, but just sensing from the discussion that maybe that's something that the five of you would like to see.
So you're saying work a process that is the marina, ship store, and fuel on its own while doing this research on potential uplands improvement.
I'm trying to sense if there are five of you together that would like to.
You're sitting in proximity.
Owen Beisch said he found 5 public marinas from Key West coming up the West Coast, and they all had a public-private partnership and an upland to make it happen.
Right. Yeah.
And then one of their partners, if you don't know the public, we've got marine contractors, marine managers, and marine owner-operators. And their owner-operator said he knows of one marina in Florida that doesn't have an upland that works. And so I'm just going off the information the city had and what they have. I've got to believe that that's right. I'm not a marine operator.
Well, I mean, I could point out that maybe in the Port St. Joe Marina, they needed to have a dry dock to make their numbers.
That's up, but
I don't know that. Yeah. And that's an upland, but that could be something that the public is good for it having
How did Owen Weiss project revenue for a marina that wasn't even designed?
That's what
their job is.
So let me ask you a
That's
question.
what they're supposed to do.
Cooper, what I'm wondering is if there was another partner that was willing to do the slips, the ship store, and the fuel, would you guys still want to consider moving forward on looking at uplands improvements?
Yeah, I think we're willing to work with the city and try to help you solve your problems.
Like that?
Okay, well then, the problem that I would like to see an agreement that is based upon ship store, fuel, and slips. So whatever that looks like.
Another party. Y'all introduced these guys over 2 years ago, and what I just heard was, are you okay with me substituting you? Is that, I mean, why would
No,
we
what I'm
even
trying to
bother?
understand is I'm hearing that the slips, the ship store, and the fuel doesn't make financial sense. I also understand, because I'm in business too, that it may be because, hey, capital's too high of cost. Maybe there needs to be more equity to drop down the cost so that you can get a better margin. I don't know what those calculations that PFM did.
And that's a good point. I mean, you know that rooftops come before amenities, and this is a hard deal to pencil out when there's no rooftop. There's grass on the T-dock. There isn't grass anywhere else. We can't even have a dog park other than what's in between the basins.
And so I guess my question is, Cooper, is what I'm trying to get to is what does a deal look like that just has just the slips and just those things?
We'd have to
And I think-
whittle a lot back down, I think.
Okay. I think that's a valid question to kind of understand.
Well, at the very least, we presented to the public saying, hey.
Absolutely.
This is what-
a lower
It's not an
revenue
option. How about
share,
that?
and-
It's
And
not
let
an
the
option.
public decide, or at least they have the option, but I want to be able to answer that question of like, these were the two options that we went with.
So no, it's not about a substitution, Robbie, as much as it is about, hey, look, I'm hearing that it doesn't financially pencil. But then I also know we have other marinas that don't have large uplands improvements and they're operating. So I'm trying to understand.
Nor do they have the submerged land lease fee waived either.
Yes.
So we're at an
There's a lot of things.
They're protecting marina.
But I do understand that the cost of capital is the cost of capital. And so I do understand the financial conundrum that you guys are in with how much equity is required in a marina versus an upland deal. I do understand that. But I don't know that we can get there with the public in a timely manner to actually get it constructed.
So between now and February, you don't think that can happen?
I don't know that it can.
So,
I'm just looking at how long it's taken us to get to where we are today. And I'm not faulting that on anyone. I'm just saying it's a very complicated point. And I think St. Joe took probably 2 years in their process. I'm not saying I want to take 2 years
I
yet.
disagree and say that the reason we haven't got to an agreement is because of us. We get here 4 times and we can't get together to vote on putting a pile in the water. And it blows me away that
We're
we
not talking
can't do
about
that.
piling, we're talking about
No,
300.
we're talking about
We all want
overall
piling.
general thing. They're trying to date us.
If we were
And
just
when we're
doing
ready to date
piling,
them, they're gonna
Robbie, I would be
gone.
ready to go today.
I mean, they're going to be gone when we're ready to go because they're going to be like, dude, why do I want to do business with these people? And to me, that's what I see. I get it. I get that. But it's to me, the reason we're not there is the 5 of us sitting up here. It's not, they've said yes, and I've been here a very
Or it
short
could
time.
be
They have said yes
finances,
to
it could
everything
be a
that's-
lot of other things that are in that equation. I think if Cooper could present something that all 5 of us would agree on, he would probably present something that all 5 of us can agree on. So
I don't like the idea of just the marina, just the slips, even though I want it, because I don't think it pencils. And just based on what the economists were saying. And then here we are again, waiting again for one more, we got to get more cost. It's going to be this time next year before we're driving a pie. And that's the crazy part if we continue down this road.
you just echoed what my concern is. Because it's very complicated. Let's simplify it and then we'll get through it faster.
It is pretty simple though. I mean, the idea is that they have to build the wet slips before they can get any access to any of the uplands.
Of which we cannot describe to the public.
But because we haven't gone through any public part of it, right?
So we're going to have to do that.
When are y'all free next?
Is a just real quick possibility. And I have appreciated the goal of CMP to plan the entire uplands. And I think I heard tonight that that's a goal of the city commission to plan the entire uplands, going through a charrette process, involve PFM, involve CMP. And so maybe there's an agreement in there where do the wet slips based upon the St. Andrews model somehow. And then CMP works with the city, hand in hand, and with PFM. The city decides this is what we want. And then the city agrees that it will exclusively negotiate with CMP for 3 months, 2 months, I mean, whatever the time period is, to arrive at an agreement that the city and CMP both find is acceptable. But when that negotiation starts, it would be kind of after you've kind of decided what you want. Now, I realize that what you want has to make financial sense. It has to, it has to pencil. So that's why PF's involved even in that decision making. But maybe there's some way in the agreement we could give CMP comfort if they obviously are seeking that comfort because they have one goal, I believe, of talking about the uplands is to attract an investor into their partnership that can pay for all of that $80 million or whatever it might be to do. And I think they're prepared to talk about at the appropriate time the financial strength of the investor that they have, where that investor may not be interested in just a marina, would not be interested probably in just a marina. So maybe there's something we could explore. I don't know if Cooper, I'm sure he'd be willing to sit down with us because he wants to solve our problem.
Yeah, can I spend time with all of you?
Can I kind of just put that into a nutshell?
Yes,
Will,
please.
or would y'all be open to if they went and using either the architect that you have or one of their own to have a design of what potentially could look like for X amount of square footage where it's dispersed? And then maybe another design where it tends to be more monolithic, where there's less structures, but it's maybe higher. And then that would kind of be the two options that we could kind of say, hey, what do you think about these? Does this look?
I think it's just going to lead to more question. What are we building?
Right.
Well, it gives you a kind of an idea of what you are looking to build. Would people want to have more
Eight-story
buildings?
building versus a bunch
When
of
they built
four-story?
Bay City Point, they didn't have an anchor going in there until the very end, when they went ahead and got it done, but they didn't know that the nail salon and the food places, none of that was in place.
The city
They just, the city, the point is, Josh is trying to solve around what's gonna be there. It's the square footage. All the commercial, I should expect to get, sales tax and 1% off of if it's
Okay.
commercial.
I think what I can clearly communicate, I'm not comfortable voting for
I get
something
that.
I can't describe to the public. So let's
and-
just say that is
Yeah.
where I'm at with it. Take that for what it is. Maybe you don't need me. Like, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, that's what I'm not comfortable with.
Okay, to address that, though, this is the first crack at the Upland Apple. We're not saying we're going to go build anything at all. The intent of this was to see where y'all were in the sense of, oh, well, let's run the numbers, or let's see what the public says, or it's kind of, we're not even at phase one of this whole thing. We're not going to engage anybody on anything until we know there's some sort of warmth and coziness. I'm not saying y'all are cozy with any design you've seen, but just any sort. Right now it's ice cold, I understand from your perspective,
Yeah.
but it's
I think
because
you got that. So
yeah,
we're
it's
good.
because we're not to the next step, which is, well, what could that look like? you're not even getting,
I don't want
you're
you
not
to
even.
spend a bunch of money and then it come back and I'm like, I don't like that.
Yeah, that's not fair either.
Yeah,
You know,
it
like,
would be me,
so
it would
I'm
be the
being,
public.
so I'm being
yeah.
transparent with you,
Yeah.
trying to be a good partner and saying, hey, look, this is what it is.
It would be the public deciding what it looks like, but you're.
Public charrettes that we pay for.
Okay, so I guess I'll make a motion that, that we hire PFN to provide a report based on independently verified numbers, because that was a concern, right? That we received the numbers from the partner that we're doing business with, so we want to independently verify those numbers. And tell us whether or not that the wet slips are economically viable, and then also study the uplands and come back with independently verified numbers on the uplands.
Can I
What about
ask
the
for
10 million? Will it be
clarification?
in there?
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on.
We gotta have what we asked him to put in there.
Let me,
You just said that what they put in there doesn't matter.
if I can ask
Just
for,
saying, that's what y'all are
Tell
doing.
me and I'll say it. Jeez.
so what, the typical way that we get a financial analysis is done upon, is this reasonable? And so are you asking for something that's more specific to, this is the actual cost, not a hypothetical scenario? It's not a reasonable cost, it's an actual cost, such as quoting.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, so I would like to see examples. I would like to see what they're actually basing these numbers off of. I think the problem with asking for actual, like this is actually what it's going to cost, is tomorrow that could be a different number, right? And so a lot of
But at least
professionals
that it's
don't want to
not
go down that
based
road.
in a thought.
Understood. And I would want to see the data where they base their numbers off of on why it's reasonable, if that makes sense.
Is that achievable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and not to add to your motion, but maybe construction costs, because we're not subbing this out to a third-party construction contractor. So we're paying for the materials ourselves and performing the work ourselves. So it's not really the actual cost of what, if the city went out to bid to build it, we're paying two different numbers.
So you're actually paying less than what we would wind up
By
paying.
20 to
So
30%.
What we've, I know at St. Andrews, they actually verified costs based on other marinas that were presently under construction. And so something like that, I think, is what we're asking for, is how can, what are cost of materials today, you know?
I mean, there's other ways to solve. Anyway, I think,
But yeah,
I don't want to complicate it anymore.
PFM will know what to do.
Gentlemen, we could have had like 3 charrettes.
In the amount of time.
In the amount of time that we've been talking about this, let's plan the charrettes, we pay for them.
I think that's
So
where we
as
should
part of my motion, I would like to also have staff plan the charrettes.
Would you restate your motion?
Yeah, sure. My motion is to hire PFN to study the wet slips and the uplands with, 2 separate studies there and provide all the information on how they came to a reasonable amount, and for staff to schedule out charrettes for the public to be fully engaged, for everybody who wants to be engaged on this process moving forward.
I need to ask for one other point of clarification. So when we're looking at the slips design, that should also include how much equity needs to be brought to bring
Can we make 2 motions?
I'm not asking you to add this, I just want to make sure I understand. I've looked at a multiple of these financial reports, and I'd like to have something that actually, like, shows that you can come back and you can show me the slips aren't viable because we're at 100% financing. Like, that's not what I'm
Yeah,
looking for.
good point. So in the St. Andrews lease and in this one, in the drafts, we are required to do 25% equity out of pocket. So that's the 50 slips, for example, at St. Andrews, all out of pocket. These 50 slips would be out of pocket as well. So, and to go through the conduit financing, it's an additional 5%. So to even be able to unlock that avenue of funding, it's 30% equity.
Okay, so you'll run about 30% equity on what the profitability is.
Yes, sir.
How many charrettes?
Pardon?
How many charrettes?
How many do y'all
That are needed.
As needed.
As needed.
Until the public can get comfortable with what we're doing.
Yeah.
3 to 5.
We do want to get this built, right?
That's why I'm saying.
We're going to have one a month for the next year.
I'm sure someone who gets Tourette's knows what that program is.
It is a heavy lift. I mean, you guys are taking the most visual piece of property that we have in the entire city and going to try to build public support around doing uplands improvements. That is not an easy task.
No, it's not. But you also realize that we will never get to the point to where the public was 100% satisfied.
Well, that's not the goal.
I understand.
Shouldn't the charrettes happen before we have a study? So that can
There's
be
on the
incorporated?
upland side. Now, you guys could go ahead and do the one without the uplands. That one could be done, but the other one would be
Yeah,
required.
the charrettes for the upland, yes, for the upland.
Yeah, I asked for 2 studies.
Does that make sense?
I asked for 2 studies.
Two studies?
Okay, all right, Janice. She said Devin just told me, yes, it made sense, and then he said, I didn't hear what you said. So,
It's 9.
Yeah.
what Janice was saying is, you can proceed forward on an analysis without uplands, but the uplands analysis would need to wait until the charrettes are complete.
I think that PFM could help us with the charrettes too. Even though they're just doing the financial analysis, I think they're part of it. But you're right, it wouldn't be concluded until the charrettes are.
Charrette groups, not the financial groups,
Right.
to do the public.
But planning is, obviously, you have to plan something that can be built
Yeah.
financially. So I view this as all players having a part, CMP having a part, the city, PFM will be there in the background, but I understand the point completely.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
We don't even know what the motion is.
You want to restart the motion?
All right.
Did we decide how many charrettes, Mr. Mayor?
As needed.
Like,
As needed.
I mean, I think, I agree with Ms. Smith. We need to set a limit. I mean, if y'all have a timeline on this.
That's what I said, one a month for the next
Yeah,
year.
For a minimum, so.
3.
And we're only doing charrettes on the upland though, right? I
I
mean,
think we should get through charrettes before December.
yeah,
That's when.
I think that's probably sufficient if we want to
many?
move this forward.
Until through December.
3
So much.
A minimum.
Okay.
Meeting.
before December. Before
And
December.
just understand, like, I may vote in support of going to this, but if we can't get it defined by the end of this process, I'll jump off the train.
Yeah, but can we just get the?
Wait, there's a train on the marina?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
And we're only talking about.
Too late, Mayor.
And we're only talking about charrettes on the uplands because, I mean, the
Right.
slips are already like
Yes.
Right.
designed.
Yeah, y'all have already voted
Thank
on
you.
the
Do
design.
you need me to restate the motion, or do you?
Can you?
Yeah, I think I can. I think I can.
What I have, I'll read what I have to
Okay.
you. We're going to hire PFM to provide 2 separate studies, one on the wet slips, including equity requirements, and then we're going to have the second study on the uplands after 3 charrettes before December, and it should only be based on construction costs. How'd I do?
Are we not hiring PFM until after now?
We're hiring them now.
Okay.
Yeah, now.
Is that,
Based on construction costs.
I would do double just because there was a comment by Alan, and by the mayor, that y'all might pay for it on your own, through an RFP, and we might be out of it. So that was a comment that the mayor made.
I mean, I'm not jumping at the chance of the construction project, but I want to be able to tell the public, here's why we had to do the uplands, because we did not want to finance it and build it ourselves.
Yeah, and I think that PFN is going to come in, they're going to do the independent numbers, and we're going to come up with the same result.
We might,
That's what I-
but at least we'll have the answers.
I understand. That's why we're doing the exercise, right? But like, I think my hypothesis is that it's going to be the same result. And so then we just say move on into the uplands, and does that make sense?
well, you'll have had the charrettes, so you'll have an idea of what you want there. I mean, I think that will help move the process along. Right.
Yes.
What the community wants. Let me not speak for you guys, because I don't live in the community, but, so that will at least move it one step further, I think.
And PFM they've done this before. And I think if we go to them and say, let's develop a scope, we're going to bring it back to you, hopefully the next meeting, so you can approve it.
Ask them to
So
read the motion. If they can make sense out of it, rehire them.
they'll make it what it needs to be. In other words, they'll say, this is what we need to do. I mean, they're in the business.
Should the motion be to get PFM to come back to us with a charrette process, or, I mean, should that?
Well, charrette process, what the study, what the study
lead
should
this.
be.
How about this?
Bring us the scope of work back.
Yeah.
I'll rescind my motion, and my motion is just hire PFN to come in and help us move this process forward and help us understand the numbers
I
behind it.
think that's great. And I'll bring back the scope of work for approval by
And
this
bring back a
board.
scope of work for approval.
Yeah, great.
What work has PFN done for us?
I'll second.
They did the work.
You got a second? You got a second right on that motion.
PFM did the study on the downtown marina.
I was flagging her down.
Take a while.
Call the roll.
Oh,
Discussion.
the motion,
All we're doing is we're hiring the financial analysis team to come back with a scope of work on trying to figure out whether this
so
makes sense.
PFN, they're a company that helps with P3s, with private partnerships. And so in the past, all they did was just a study. And so we're just bringing them in to actually do kind of more of what they actually do.
To make you feel better a little bit, we can't actually go to construction until the drawings are done. So the timeline that we just set is supposed to be done before we can actually go to construction. So,
All right, call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Did I get everybody?
We're not adjourning yet.
Oh, no?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I just want to take a moment to highlight that unfortunately, tonight is the last commission meeting for one of our directors, Mr. Keith Mefford, who's going to be leaving us. So I just wanted to express on behalf of all of us, the community, the commission, the senior staff, how much we appreciate all the work that you've done, absolutely leaving the Parks and Rec Department better than you found it, and Godspeed, brother. So, yeah.
Do I have a
Motion we adjourn.
So moved.
I call the roll.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes
One day I'm
5-0.
going to vote no on adjourning.
It's good, man.